Thank you all so very much. We are so very sorry for our delay, but it looks like our incredible IT team has figured out something to make this happen. So thank you. All right, we're going to start over. And here we go. This meeting is now called to order. Mrs. Haberer is unable to be here this evening. Dr. Susan Field will be substituting for Mrs. Haberer for this evening's board meeting. Roll call, please.
Vice President Payne.
Here.
Director Tripp.
Here.
Director Wilbur.
Here.
Director Waldrop. Here. President Shandy.
Here. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by members of the JRUN team from Rock Rimmon Elementary School. Please proceed and start us in the pledge. Yes, come on up. Yes, you're doing great.
Allegiance to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we're done.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. All right. Well, welcome to our Board of Education meeting this evening. We're excited to start our gathering by celebrating the outstanding faculty, staff, and students of D20. Their hard work deserves our recognition, so we encourage applause during these celebrations. Let's get started. Tonight we have Rock Rimmon Elementary School, School in the Woods, and Aspen Valley High School with us. Director Tripp, will you please introduce Rock Rimmon Elementary?
Happily. I will say that Director Wilburn is their official liaison, and he wishes he could be here to do this in person, but he asked me to do it for him, since then I can grin at you all and that's better. Just want to note that Carrie Bonilla is the current principal, and she is headed to be the headmaster of an amazing school in Bangkok, Thailand this next year. And so they're about to get a new principal, Amber Iso. They've been a school for 54 years and are on to their third generation of neighborhood families, opening in 72. They've got so much engagement with their families and community that they've got a cleared volunteer to studio ratio at 1:2, which is awesome. The site has 16 vegetable beds. Rock Rimmon's Learning Garden is home to hummingbirds, bees, moths, and other pollinators, thanks to dozens of varieties of plants, many native to the region, specifically chosen to feed and host these important members of our ecosystem. The garden was built in conjunction with Cheyenne Mountain Zoo horticulture program. In 2012, after the Waldo Canyon fire, which all us Westsiders remember really well, Rock Rimmon students wrote and published a book called From Flames to Flowers, the Rock Rimmon community's true story of the Waldo Canyon fire. A copy of that is actually upstairs in the main admin wing, and where I saw it and read it, and it's wonderful. I love it. Since we're short on time, I'm just going to acknowledge you already saw the Junior UN Club, and we've got several 4th graders and 5th graders in attendance. And if they come up again, I'm going to let them introduce themselves rather than me introducing them to you. So, Rock Rimmon.
I'm Charlie, and I'm in 5th grade. I'm Tessa, and I'm in 5th grade. I'm Addie, and I'm in 5th grade. I'm Andy, and I'm in 5th grade. I'm Owen, and I'm in 4th grade.
I'm Wesley, and I'm in 4th grade.
We represent Rock Rimmon's Junior UN. Most of us are ambassadors. I'm the Secretary General, and then Evie is the Assistant Secretary General. Junior UN is kind of like a club that lets students have an opportunity to be in something that's kind of like a student council. We are going to share about the learner profile and approaches to learning and how they connect to a portrait of a graduate. The learner profile is a set of attributes that we learn about and we strive to demonstrate. And then our approaches to learning is a set of skills that we learn about and apply at school, at home, and in the community. We're excited to see how these match up with the skills and attributes of the district portrait of a graduate. Oh, at Rockerman, we have special traditions and events where our students can represent themselves, express themselves, and demonstrate their learning.
World Tour Day teaches us different cultures and traditions. At the beginning of the day, we get our passports. We travel to 2 different countries. This year, I traveled to India and Israel. We also have 2 assemblies and a fashion show. We get to learn about traditions, clothing from lots of different countries. World Tour Day is just unique to Rockrimmon, and as a school, we look forward to it every year.
Rockerman volunteers present to us and teach us to be open-minded students and adults. When we are open-minded, we are learning to be connected individuals and contributing citizens. We also learn responsibility by carrying and managing our passport, especially the younger students. This also shows self-management skills, because if you don't keep track of it in your first country or during lunch, you don't get to go to your second countries. And if somehow you manage to lose it in the 20 minutes that you have it before the first assembly, then I guess you're just staying in the office all day. Our school lunch provider always ends up getting us a very special World Tour Day lunch. This year it was a rice bowl from Japan and a ham and cheese croissant from France. It is different every year, however. Today I will be telling you about my favorite part of World Tour Day. And my favorite part is the food from Ukraine. And it was beet soup. Also, we would like to. Also, I liked making sunflower headbands. And what I learned is that the main flower of Ukraine is the sunflower. Today I'll be talking about learning about change over time and different perspectives and culture stuff. Like this year, I went to Burkina Faso, and there we talked about National Women's Day. National Women's Day is about when women got their freedom to go to school and to other places like that. I also learned about those who are less fortunate, which helped me be caring and a contributing citizen. It also helps me understand that some people don't have it as good as I do. And when I complain I don't have good enough clothes, I need to realize that I have it good and I just don't realize it.
Good job.
You're good. The kids are quick.
At World Tour Day, we get to try different foods from the countries we're learning about, and it demonstrates being a risk taker because we're trying new things and a critical thinker and a lifelong learner.
At World Tour Day, they bring special artifacts from that country. Like when I went to Italy, they brought a replica map of the Pompeii volcano, and that gives you a better perspective of what happened back then.
Onto the Arts Festival. The Arts Festival is about having fun, creative, unique experiences. And you get to listen and watch things.
At the Arts Festival, there are many different activities that make us risk takers and communicators, including dancing, choir, African drumming, and bucket drumming. At the Arts Festival, we see different things like art, drumming, dancing, and sometimes singing. Students perform whatever they're doing to the community. This year for fourth and fifth graders, we had an exploratory schedule where we got to do the exploratory for a whole quarter. In the exploratory, we got to learn specific subjects. For example, in music, people learned how to dress. By participating in the arts festival, we are trying new things and being risk takers.
They really can push it too.
And then the other side of the arts festival, the backstage part, is teaching us to be a leader, with leadership. At the very beginning, I was slightly bossy because I was an ASM, an assistant state manager. I was slightly bossy and yelling at people. But then my mom told me that I need to be a leader, not a boss. And I really did use that. And then I started to be a communicator, a principal learner, and open-minded. Arts Festival really teaches us how to express ourselves in front of a crowd in the way that we choose, not the way that the teachers choose, the way that we get to choose what we want to do. If we want to dance, we can dance. If we want to drum, we can drum. So as you can see, the IB Learner Profile and approaches to learning match up with the attributes and skills on the D20 Portrait of a Graduate. Wrap them in Mount Lion, start learning these skills and traits from the first day of kindergarten, and we are lifelong learners. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I wanted to meet your mom too, just like her. All right, thank you so much, Robert. I have the pleasure of introducing School in the Woods tonight. Some fun facts about School in the Woods. Started in 1999 in just 2 portable trailers in the Black Forest. They focus everything they do through the lens of science and nature. And every year, the 4th grade class votes during their government class for their class name. And this year, they are the Bobcats. Welcome, School in the Woods. Please come on up.
All right, thank you, board. We're going to invite you guys up today too, because we could not bring you out to the woods. We brought the woods here. With us today, I'll let them introduce themselves.
So do you want us now or not yet?
Oh, you can start.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Lucy.
Hello, my name is Edward. Hello, my name is Liv. Hello, my name is Audrey.
Hello, my name is Parker. Hello, my name is Michael.
Hi, my name is Preston.
Good idea. All right, so what we're going to show off today is that in the spring, we do a thing called spring field projects, and the students do hands-on learning during that time. And they take these tree cores, just like a forester would, and they'll core trees to figure out how old the trees are. So they're going to come out, and if you will join them at one of the logs, they will show you how to do that. And as we're doing that, Ms. Johnson's going to talk a little bit more about the whole project that we do during spring field projects.
So all year long, we are out in the woods, looking at those 4th grade standards of the internal and external structures of plants as well as animals. And spring field projects is kind of a culminating event of all of those different things. Yeah, kids from the audience, if you want to come up closer to see what they're doing. So what the children are doing right now is tree coring. This is how you check the age of a tree. This is what the Forest Service uses when they are going out on a survey of the field. And so they take a tree core, they drill it into the center of the tree. And what's really interesting right now is if you've got a good tree with enough moisture, there is such a satisfying sound as you are turning the core. When you have a tree that's been infected by the pine needle beetles, you do not get that sound. And when you pull the core out, we will be able to see the rings and the age of the tree. And unfortunately, with the pine beetle infected trees or the pine beetle infected trees, you almost have like sawdust on the inside of those trees. So we've been working a lot on our property, actually getting rid of those infected trees so that we have a lot more of the stronger trees there to keep growing. Anyway, we take all of this hands-on learning and science, and the kids end up writing it's almost like 10 paragraphs of their Springfield projects. And I'm just gonna step over here real quick. With their Springfield projects, it is a long assignment.
Oh, really? Oh.
Incorporate an introduction to the project overall. One of the projects is ponds. That's my specialty, where we look at the macroinvertebrates living in the pond, all of the insect larvae and nymphs that live in the pond, as well as the adult insects. And then we also look at the chemistry of the pond. And the kids get to use actual chemistry sets that a professional would use out in the field. We also then go into ornithology, or the study of birds. And so the kids are doing graphs, looking at all the different birds that they can identify in the Black Forest, as well as fire ecology and how the fire is a natural part of the forest, and how the fires of the Black Forest in 2014 still continually affect our property today. And then very last week, I have dendrology, which is what they're studying right now, is the growth of the tree and the health of the tree, learning about different parts of the tree life cycle. I will also take questions later. Okay, so each of those studies is a week-long study. So each week one of these different projects, and the end result is they always have to do that lab write-up, just like you would in any science class at the high school or collegiate level. And so we do a lot of reading that is above grade level. I've had a lot of fun using AI to make dissolved oxygen on a 4th grade level. So I can explain that better to them. And then they do the experiments. They look at how much dissolved oxygen we have in our pond, and then we do a lab write-up for it. So that accumulating project of their lab write-up goes into their portfolio for the end of the school year. Tree coring, by the way, does not hurt the tree. It's no more dangerous to the tree than if you were to have another insect like peck a hold of the tree. The tree will heal itself if it's a healthy tree by just filling that core up with sap. And so it's not harmful to the tree. The trees we brought in today are the trees that we're thinning on our property to help prevent any other wildfires that might be lurking out there in our future.
Yeah, we got 15.
So it looks like our tree on average is 31 years old. It was one of the healthier trees, but again, since we're thinning out our property, all of the trees are there.
And what did you say to
You can share that one. And it wouldn't be school in the woods if we didn't make a little bit of a mess.
It absolutely smells good, so. All right, that was delightful. Thank you so much. All right, next we have Vice President Payne introducing Aspen Valley High School.
Thank you, President Shandy. Aspen Valley High School, just a couple fun facts. This is their 30th anniversary, offering an alternative environment for District 20 students. Aspen Valley High School is in their second year of transitioning. I'm going to put my readers on. Actually, they're Dr. Phil's readers, but thank you. We are in our second year of transitioning to being a big picture learning school. They have a wonderful website at www.bigpicturelearning.org for everyone to check out. The Aspen Valley Community Food and Clothing Pantry is available for all District 20 families in need if anyone should need help. The students research and create and present exhibitions quarterly in their advisory class that explore their personal and career goals. Aspen Valley is a family through thick and thin. Okay, maybe this is more opinion than fact, but it's important for us to share this. So thank you, Aspen Valley, for coming forward. Please come up to the mics.
Yep, just make sure it's green on there.
Okay.
There you go.
Gotcha. I'm Steve Guard. I'm the principal, the interim principal at Aspen Valley. I've been there for 3 years. With me are two of my seniors and very soon, as of tomorrow, graduates. Introduce yourself, fellas.
My name's Aiden. I'm a senior. Evening, everybody. I'm Cameron Mastis.
And these guys have a senior sunset to go to, so I'm going to try to talk fast. Who's my button person that I can wave to for the slides? Okay. So some things you may already know about Aspen Valley is that we are a small school, and we therefore have small classes. 15 typically is our cap. We want our teachers to know our students and our students to know our teachers. And we do want that family mentality where we really understand who everyone is and where they're coming from and how we can help them. Being an Aspen Valley family, you're going to feel supported and as a unique individual. You'll be celebrated for who you are. Some of the things you don't know maybe about Aspen Valley is we have a great amount of artists. At the recent art show here, our little tiny school of less than 100 students had 5, actually there were 6, I obviously can't count. There were 6 students who were in the art show, including, go ahead to the next slide, including a first place winner in 10th grade pencil drawing, Emery Ormston, who is not here today. That amazing yet slightly disturbing picture is all pencil. That is a praying mantis with a hand holding another praying mantis's head, which you insect lovers probably know what they do to each other. So sweet drawing, very cool. We're very proud of Emery. She's amazing, and we have more. Next slide, please. We have 3 more pieces of art that were up there, and those were just amazing. Once again, a slightly creepy one on the left by a senior Brooklyn Holloway, but she's amazing. She does cool art. And then next slide, please. And there's even more. We have another digital piece on the left, and then some beaded jewelry that a student put together as well. So we're super proud of our artistic students. Next slide. We also, as mentioned, are part of Big Picture Learning Network, and Big Picture really embraces knowing our students, figuring out what they're interested in, trying to find educational opportunities for those interests. So when we go on field trips, we don't just call them field trips, we call them leave to learns. And that's because we want you to learn something there. So those are just some of the places we've gone. Went to an automotive repair shop, which we'll talk more in a second. Cameron will. Broadcasting just recently, we've gone to a couple different medical-based field trips at Pima Institute, as well as to look at cadavers, which the students either love or hate, depending on who you ask. And the first slide of the presentation, you saw a group of people at the Aerospace Foundation. So we really like to delve into what interests our students. They create less learning plans, which tell us what they're interested in, and then we try to make those connections. Now, in a perfect world, and hopefully here soon, we will have internships for our seniors. We are slowly building those connections. They say it takes 5 years in big picture to really hit it. So we need 3 more years to do this. Cameron Ness is here. He's going to talk a little bit about his experience having an internship. We went to a field trip and then they loved him and he loved them. We're like, hey, can we do an internship? And go for it. Cameron, tell us what's going on.
So,
Cameron, feel free to pick it up. Yeah.
starting at the internship, it was kind of just getting my foot in the door into cars. Growing up, I've always loved cars. I always had a passion for fixing things. When I first started going to Aspen Valley, I wasn't too excited coming from a big school and being all that different. But standing to where I am right now, things wouldn't be as good as they are. So attending Aspen Valley is probably one of the greatest things I could have done for not only myself, but for my future. If I could have every senior try at least one internship, I would recommend it wholeheartedly. With that being said, I'm really appreciative of the opportunities that have been held at hand, above my head and that still be achieved. Thank you.
Thanks, Cameron. Yeah, Cameron is blazing the way. We've had a couple others. We had a student do a summer with a legal firm to learn about being a lawyer, and she is firmly on her way. She also is graduating tomorrow. So next slide, please. Another thing that you might not know about us that we mentioned in the facts at the beginning was we have a food pantry, and it's not just for Aspen Valley families. We've tried to reach out to families all around, and they show up. You'll see these bags of food put together from cooperation with Karen Share. And then clothing has started happening. Kids are low on clothes or they don't have something to wear to a dance. You can go down to the basement and go shopping for free. It's all for free. And Aiden Wilson here is one of the students in the class that oversees keeping the pantry going. So with a staff member, Miss St. John. So Aiden, what do you want to tell us about that?
Hi, I don't think I need to use this thing. I'm pretty loud. But this, I mean, very obviously, this is still in its like baby stages. So we've hit a couple rough spots, and there's a huge learning curve right now. But I've had a lot of fun doing it. Honestly, I've learned a lot of things I wouldn't have learned to do otherwise. I've built some stuff. I've organized stuff. I've helped lead the rest of my class because I'm one of 2 seniors in that class, and everybody else is a freshman. So that class is a lot of fun for me personally because I get to like guide the underclassmen into the role that they're now going to take up next year because I won't be there. So, and also it's a very rewarding class to like hand stuff to people who need it and to give back to the community that you're a part of. Like in my 2 years at Aspen Valley, I've become a really like deep part of the community, and giving back to that community that's given me a lot in my life so far is really meaningful.
Thank you, Aiden and Cameron. So yeah, so it's a great service, and we just need to keep pushing it. That's part of why I'm talking, so you guys can talk it up for me because it's a great service, and it's underutilized, and we're ready to give. We have lots of food, as you can see. That's a live shot there. So next slide, please. We also had good student representation. For being such a small school, we have 4 students who sat on the superintendent's student board. I'm sorry if I'm not saying it right, and then 2 of them went to Casby with Superintendent Haber. And in that picture, there's Kitsia Villa and there's Shane Moeller. Shane's not in that picture. I think he only made it to 1 day, but Kitsia is the young lady right in the middle in all black with the long black hair. And she's the one who also is this close to being your next attorney. So, and she's great. She's confident. She was a co-president for the student council this year. And Shane, as a junior, is going to be co-president of the student council next year. And so it was great that our little school was able to represent not once, but twice. And therefore get to support District 20 and learn about leadership. They had a great time. Next slide. Oh, and the hidden gems, I think we've actually already revealed this, but I am proud, the principal and me has to say, our reading growth was above the average levels from fall to winter, and I wanted to tout that a little bit, a 70th percentile, which if you know percentiles, that's pretty solid. So I did want to parade that around a little bit. And our culinary, we have a culinary exploration class. It's not a full CTE program. If we can get a food service kitchen, we can take off with that. So there's a shameless plug as well. But that's a pipe dream. But they do great things in our own little break room. They make pizzas, they make soups, they make cookies. And our art teacher, Eric Simons, He's a Renaissance man. He doesn't just do visual art. He plays the bagpipes at our events and he teaches culinary. He literally can do everything artistic. So it's been a great thing and it's been great to have the office right next to the kitchen because guess who gets samples? I'm pretty happy about that. So anyways, my waistline might not be, but I'm pretty happy about it. And then of course, the 30th anniversary, you know, we are a parent at, excuse me, a parent at our awards night on Monday night, gave a great speech on Mr. Wilson, no relation. And he said, I've had two sons go through Aspen Valley. People used to say, why do you send your kids there? Isn't that where the bad kids go? He says, no. Aspen Valley is the best kept secret in Colorado Springs. And that warmed my heart, but it also made me a little sad because let's not be a secret. Let's come visit, come see us. We have new leaders coming next year. I'm super excited. I'm retiring. But they're in great hands. The students lead the school, the teachers lead the school, and we have a couple of great administrators coming in. So come visit us and see all the things that we do at Aspen Valley. We are going to continue to grow and continue to explore the big picture learning model, which is great for planning their future. Super connected to the portrait of a graduate. I didn't even specify, but they're out there connecting with the community, delving their interests, being lifelong learners. So I'm super proud of my students. These guys need to go celebrate with their classmates before tomorrow's graduation. So I hope I see you all at graduation and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Do that.
All right, fellas, enjoy your senior activities. For the other schools, if you can hang on a little bit longer, we'd love to take some pictures with you. We just have a few business items to get through real fast before our break. So, Mr. Isley, are there any updates to the agenda?
Yes, and the board has been made aware.
Okay. Members of the board, are there any items you wish to move from the consent agenda? Are there any discussion items to be added to the agenda? May we have a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second, roll call, please.
Vice President Payne,
Aye.
Director Tripp,
Aye.
Director Wilburn,
Aye.
Director Waldrop, aye, President Shandy.
Aye. Does anyone have anything to share for board comments tonight? Director Waldrop.
Yeah, just want to see what a great time of year this is, to see all the graduations, to see all the exciting families and all the students really feeling accomplished. And I really consider it to be a true blessing this year. And I was able to actually be there at my daughter's graduation and hand her diploma, and also to be in her school. A lot of her friends. So we had our party over the weekend. So a lot of the same faces on the stage, the same faces that were celebrating with us over the weekend in our house. So it was just a great event. So I think of all the different things we have to deal with, it's one of the things that really kind of puts a cap on such a joyous event. So it's just wonderful. Thank you.
Director Tripp.
So it's been a busy season for our schools. Amidst a flurry of end-of-year activities, our elementary and middle schools completed their CMAS testing, and our middle and high schools tackled PSAT, SAT, AP, IB, so many tests, and my heart was there with them in that space because these end-of-year assessments are really nerve-wracking for teachers and students, and each of them hoping that excellence will be the result of their year-long efforts. So I join them in that hope and applaud them for their work. Excellence is what we strive for as a board and have set as the goal in our service to our students and our community. We strive for that in our district, from our hardworking teachers to our exemplary cabinet and learning services team, and so many others who support our schools in myriad ways. I feel so much gratitude for all that they are teaching me, even as I continue to harass them, seeking answers to questions like, does this policy or practice encourage excellence? And are we funding programs of excellence? Do our libraries reflect the excellence expected of a district of distinction? Do reports we receive show excellence or merely the shadow of it? Sitting in the graduation ceremonies these last 2 days, where excellence was on display incredibly, brought so many memories to mind. I remember being the nervous and excited student shaking hands with a robed adult I have never seen before, never met, never will see again. And That was a humbling memory for me as I became the adult on that stage, taking that role. I remember being the parent, heart full of tender pride, sitting as witness to the efforts of my own children. And my eyes are drawn to the student in that crowd with no ribbon and no cord and no sash, whose name is never called as a part of a distinguished group, but who survived years of struggle and turmoil and who stands with a diploma as valid as the rest. That too is a kind of excellence embodied by a child of worth whom we are called to serve. So as the school year comes to a close, I hope we as a board continue to ask ourselves, what does it mean to pursue excellence comprehensively, building a district worthy of the students that are entrusted to us?
Thank you. Thank you, Director Tripp. Vice President Payne.
Well, I don't know if I can follow that, but thank you, Holly. That expresses a lot for all of us. It was an amazing honor to see all of the effort that goes into graduations and to see those students and those families supporting them. And it just brings me back to why we do what we do. It's about those students that cross the stage and all the hard work that goes in. It really takes all of us coming together to make that happen. So it's a proud moment for District 20 and all the work, and specifically the accomplishments of those students and the joy of those families.
Thank you, Vice President Payne. Colonel Herndon.
Thanks. On behalf of Lieutenant General Bauernfein, Superintendent at your United States Air Force Academy, we were just delighted to host at Clune Arena for the graduations on the grounds there. And congratulations to all of the graduates. We greatly appreciate the close coordination with the D20 team to make that a truly special moment for all of our D20 families. We're entering a busy season at your United States Air Force Academy right now. Our cadets will graduate the class of 2026 on the 28th of May. This weekend, we invite you all out to the Hosmer Visitor Center right on 25 by the North Gate. All are welcome as we do the grand opening there on Saturday. And then just another note that I wanted to pass to everyone. We were grateful for the Department of War's announcement on the grant award to D20 for $42.7 million as part of the $54 million project to construct a new Douglas Valley K-8 school at your United States Air Force Academy. So without question, that project will improve the quality of education for our military-connected students, and it's going to enhance partnerships between the community and our installation. So we were delighted to see that, and so grateful for all the things happening in the collaboration with D20.
We are grateful for that grant. So wonderful. Thank you. And what time is the Saturday thing?
At 10 a.m., you'll start to see the parking lots open over near the Polaris, and ribbon cutting will happen shortly after, and then the visitor center will be open all day for you all to visit.
Very good. Thank you. I just want to say how grateful I am to be here, literally, and just amongst just an incredible staff in this district. So grateful for that. All right, Dr. Susan Field, do you have some comments to make?
I sure do. So I am going to start off. Mark, are you running or am I running?
You're running.
I'll just start talking, Mark, if you could
You
put up the first slide.
Get you clicking. Yep.
I'm clicking. I'm gonna get there.
Hold on.
Oh. I'm just gonna go ahead and start while we're getting slides ready. So as Colonel Herndon just mentioned, District 20 has received a $42.7 million federal construction grant through the Public Schools on Military Installations program to help rebuild Douglas Valley Elementary into a brand new K-8 campus on the United States Air Force Academy. The construction is expected to take about 18 months, with the new school potentially opening in January of 2028. The district is also continuing design work for the future rebuild of Air Academy High School through the PSMI program and the 2024 bond. Okay, graduation. So congratulations to all of our 2026 graduates. I got to go to every single graduation over the last 2 days. It was amazing. This time of year is incredibly meaningful as we celebrate the culmination of years of hard work, perseverance, and growth, and honor the remarkable achievements of our students as they begin their next chapter. Accredited with distinction, yay. Academy District 20 went to CDE about 2 weeks ago to receive our awards, and I want to tell you real quickly which schools received which awards. So the John Irwin Award, which are given to schools that demonstrate exceptional academic achievement over a time. We have Antelope Trails, Challenger Middle School, Chinook Trail Elementary School, Discovery Canyon Campus Elementary School, Discovery Canyon Campus Middle School, Foothills Elementary School, Pine Creek High School, Rock Rimmon Elementary School, TCA College Pathways, the Classical Academy Charter, the Classical Academy High School, the Classical Academy Middle School, Village Middle School, and Woodman Roberts Elementary School. This is quite an achievement. The second award that was given was the Governor's Distinguished Improvement Award, and that is given to a school that demonstrates exceptional student growth, and that school is Academy International. So congratulations to our finance team for being awarded the Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting by the Association of School Business Officials International. This recognition reflects the district's strong commitment to transparency and excellence in financial reporting. We appreciate your dedication and the high standards you bring to this important work. Congratulations to Becky Allen and her team. Okay, so this is the Academy District 20 Air Force Junior ROTC Raider team who recently competed in the all-service JROTC National Fitness Competition in Daytona Beach, Florida. They are #1 Air Force team and the national runner-up, second place overall in the co-ed division. They placed first in pull-ups and flexed arm hang and broad jump, second in the weighted ball throw and obstacle course on the beach, and third in the 3K team run on the beach. They also earned several individual awards to include overall #1 female athlete, Alina, second place weighted ball throw, Nalani, second place double broad jump, Nalani, third place weighted ball throw, which is Robert, fourth place double broad jump was Robert again, and then our fifth place pull-ups was Xavier. So congratulations to our junior ROTC. Is Mr. McGuffin still here? He left. Okay, so I just want to give a shout out to Mr. McGuffin. So he is the orchestra and band director at Discovery Canyon Campus High School, and he received the Colorado Springs Youth Symphony Association 25-26 Inspire Teacher Award. As a multi-string specialist, Mr. McGuffin performs on violin, cello, string bass, and guitar, and is currently performing in Alanis Morissette's Jagged Little Pill at the Fine Arts Center here at Colorado College. Under his direction, the Discovery Canyon High School Orchestra received a superior rating at this year's American String Teachers Association Regionals. Mr. McGuffin's enthusiasm and dedication inspire students to be engaged, grow in their talents, and truly enjoy being part of the orchestra and band. Congratulations for this well-deserved recognition. Okay, is Eric here? Eric Kudo? Eric, stand up. Wave at Eric, everybody. So Eric is a teacher at Chinook Trail Middle School. He's a social studies teacher, and he is being selected to the National Be the Teachers Preparing the Next Generation Through History and Civics Fellowship Program at William & Mary, which is in Williamsburg, Virginia. Eric is one of 100 educators nationwide chosen for the program, which focuses on strengthening history and civics instruction through professional learning, historical inquiry, and civil dialogue. As part of the fellowship, he will attend the Congress of Educators in July of 2026, a 4-day institute held in Williamsburg, Jamestown, and Yorktown, Virginia, and explores America's founding through primary sources and place-based learning. Congratulations, Eric. Director Wilbur, are you there to share a few slides, or would you like for me to speak through them?
I'm sorry, say that, which school is it?
This is Whitman Roberts Wax Museum, 4th grade Wax Museum.
The Wax Museum. I will do this. This is great. For those in the room that don't know, I'm in my car on my way home from Golden, where my youngest just graduated Colorado School of Mines. Another D20 success story, I might add. Earned his degree in quantum physics in 3 years with magna cum laude honors. So D20 continues to pump them out. But Whitman Roberts did the most fantastic thing. So their 4th grade class every year does what they call the Wax Museum in the gymnasium. And I presume you're going through the slides now. The students get to select a historical figure who is somehow connected to Colorado, and then they put together the 3-panel storyboards about them. They dress like them and stand in front of a table with a big button on it, kind of like those buttons, the Staples can do it button type thing. So they stand there frozen until somebody comes up and presses the button. So they're frozen like a wax figure. Then when you press the button, they leap into character and explain who they are and why they're significant and what contributions they made and all this other stuff. And it was just tremendous. The little guy that did Nikola Tesla was just amazing. And then of course all the other students get marched through, and they have the responsibility to take notes and then generate reports and what have you on what they saw and the different characters and who they liked and what have you. And of course, when the 3rd graders come through, they see the 4th graders doing this, and now they're getting excited, thinking about what I get to do next year and who can I be and this type of thing. And so it's developing that connection between learning and having fun, which at the elementary level is just so important. These kids are just having a ball. So are the parents, so are the teachers, so are everybody. But hats off to Principal Hanson and his staff for this creative piece of learning. It was a great experience.
Okay, Director Wilborn, I'm on to Rock Ribbon Elementary School. Do you want to mention something about World Tour Day?
Rock Ribbon World Tour Day, another example of kids just having fun while learning and that connection happening in their mind without them even realizing that's what's happening. So they move around the school and in different rooms. Different rooms are set up as different countries, nations, regions of the world, and all the staff are dressed in character and doing those things. And they get to move around and experience different cultural things, different foods, get to feel and touch. Carrie Bonilla is going on to do amazing things in other parts of the world next year, but she and her staff put on a phenomenal event, and her son makes a tremendous cappuccino.
Okay, Director Wilburn, last slide for you is the Air Academy High School Senior Awards.
Senior Awards night at Air Academy last week. What an impressive school. They do it on the track field, court, and everything else athletically, but academically, Air Academy is knocking them dead. So they handed out awards for various academic performances as well as athletic. One of the pictures, I think, is all the summa cum laudes on the stage. I think there must have been about 30 of them that earned that level of distinction this graduating class. Very impressive. Principal Ripperger, in ending her first year in the district, is really knocking it out of the park up there, and couldn't be happier to be the liaison of that school representing the West Side.
Thank you, Director Wilborn. Okay, real quickly, we have a special education spotlight, and we recently had 4 Academy District 20 students celebrated their graduation from Project Search on May 8th after completing the year-long transition to work program at UC Health Memorial Central Hospital downtown. Through internships in areas such as the stockroom, cafeteria services, and visitor support, students gained hands-on, real-world job skills while also receiving classroom instruction and support from a job coach. Project Surge is a partnership between ASD 20 and UC Health that helps students with special needs ages 18 to 21 prepare for employment after high school. The program continues to support graduates beyond the school year as they pursue and maintain paid employment in the community. Congratulations to Joshua Tobias, Dave Bryan, Mara Wilson, and Aubriana Winters for all their hard work over this past year in the program. Couple more. So we have our annual awards, and you can see here we have several people who have won our annual awards. Our 25-26 winners truly represent the very best of District 20 through their leadership, teamwork, and dedication to students. Congratulations to Amber Potter, our Charles Toole Elementary Educator of the Year, Christy Ann Saunders, who won the John Asbury Secondary Educator of the Year, Julie Murray, Outstanding Administrator of the Year, Discovery Canyon Campus High School Language and Literature Team of the Year, Paulina Negron Avila, Classified Member of the Year, Amanda Gasco, Early Childhood Educator of the Year, Jill Bailey, Special Education Specialist of the Year, and Captain Jeff Shoup, Volunteer of the Year. So congratulations to all of them. Here we go. We had a recent last week retiree banquet. Academy District 20 honored its 2026 retirees during the annual retiree banquet, celebrating nearly 480 combined years of service to students, families, and schools across the district. Retirees represented a wide range of roles, including teachers, counselors, principals, paraprofessionals, support staff, and district leaders, each recognized for their lasting impact they made on their school communities. Throughout the evening, honorees reflected on the relationships, experiences, and milestones that shaped their careers in education. Director Payne, would you like to talk about our last slide?
Sure. This slide represents a meeting with leaders locally, the mayor, and Wayne is the new chief of staff. So it was an honor to be with them to talk about civility. Additionally, we were invited to a national roundtable with leaders across America to talk about how we bring civility back to our organization and to the community in which we serve. And I would just say that what the biggest take back is that civility does not require agreement or silence. And that healthy organizations need people who can disagree honestly, ask hard questions, and still treat each other with professionalism and respect. Real civility means listening carefully, assuming good intent when possible, but staying focused on issues rather than personalities, and being willing to engage in those difficult conversations without retaliation or contempt. Bottom line, we're bringing back to Academy District 20 with the cabinet and everyone as we move forward, believing that people can disagree strongly, work together honorably, and it's really not about avoiding conflict, but handling conflict with integrity, respect, and accountability. So it was an honor to be involved, and there's more to come. It's something we have to do intentionally.
Thank you both. All right, there are no new administrators being introduced at this meeting. We need a motion to approve the consent agenda as posted.
So moved.
Second, roll call, please.
Vice President Payne,
Aye.
Director Tripp,
Aye.
Director Wilburn,
Aye.
Director Waldrop,
Aye.
President Shank.
Aye. There are 54 people watching the live stream right now. We are going to take a 10-minute break to take pictures and transition, and we'll be back in a bit.
Good.
right, so it's incredibly inspiring to begin our meeting by celebrating the hard work and achievements of our D20 students, I can't talk. Achievements of our D20 students, faculty, and staff. Now we transition into the business portion of our meeting, a time for thoughtful discussion and decision making. Out of respect for this focus, we ask that applause be held during this part of the session as we shift our attention to the important work ahead. Thank you so much. There are no items pulled from the consent agenda. So we'll go right into our written reports, and that starts with our legislative updates. And I believe we have our wonderful Amy Atwood on the line. Amy, are you there?
Good evening, Amy Atwood, contract lobbyist for the district. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay, great. Well, the legislative session came to a close last night after 120 days. The overall bill count was lower due to the budget situation. So the overall bill count was lower, but so was the education K-12 related budget count was lower this year. The School Finance Act passed yesterday. It's unusual for the Finance Act to pass on the very last day, but a number of amendments were added throughout the process. And one of particular importance to D20 was an amendment to fix the cost of living factor formula. So with the new formula implementation, it came to light that the cost of living calculation within the new formula, it just wasn't quite right. And so throughout negotiations, we were able to fix that for at least 1 year for 26-27, and then broader discussions and really digging in on the formula and why it happened. That will go on here during this interim so that we can fix it going forward for 27-28. And D20 would have been negatively impacted by that cost of living factor kind of hiccup, let's say. Another amendment was added that dealt with BOCES and included clarification regarding contract schools and partnerships with private entities, geographic and authorization requirements for certain BOCES homeschool enrichment programs, and additional documentation and compliance expectations related to homeschool enrichment enrollment practices. There was discussion throughout the legislative session on homeschool enrichment funding, if that funding was going to be reduced, and it was not reduced. So homeschool funding is still at 0.5 per homeschool enrichment student. Another amendment dealt with declining enrollment and a new smoothing factor. CASE, Colorado Association of School Executives, and other stakeholders worked throughout the last year really on what is being called the smoothing factor. And that will be implemented for the 27-28 budget. So the final School Finance Act, it will continue the implementation of the new formula at 30% with 3-year enrollment averaging, and the cost of living factor was taken care of. So as we look ahead to the coming school year, we must be mindful of the economy. Should the economy take a turn and state revenues come in below the forecast, mid-year reversions will be needed early in 2027. This will also impact the 27-28 budget outlook. We will have an idea if reversions will be required as we will carefully watch the revenue forecasts in June, September, and December. So we'll have quite a runway and we'll have an idea if there will be budget changes that are needed in January for our current year, and that will also help give us the outlook as we build next year's budget. So with that, are there any questions?
Thank you, Amy. Do we have any questions for? Oh, does not appear so. Thank you so much for your update, Amy. We really appreciate you.
You bet. Thank you.
Okay, annual monitoring report for board superintendent relationship policy 3.0 governance management connection. Does anyone have any questions or comments? All right, I'll go through the MRE questions. Is there sufficient evidence to determine compliance for each section? Are all sections in compliance? Recognition of exemplary performance or concerns regarding performance? Would you like to see Any additional different evidence or should any part of this policy be changed in the next monitoring report cycle? Do you see any evidence which is extraneous or no longer necessary? Okay. Annual monitoring report for board superintendent relationship policy 3.1 unity of control. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Is there sufficient evidence to determine compliance for each section? Are all sections in compliance? Recognition of exemplary performance or concerns regarding performance? Would anyone like to see additional different evidence or should any part of this policy be changed in the next monitoring report cycle? Do you see any evidence which is extraneous or no longer necessary? Okay. Annual monitoring report for board superintendent relationship policy 3.2 accountability of the superintendent. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Still work. Is there sufficient evidence to determine compliance for each section? Are all sections in compliance? Recognition of exemplary performance or concerns regarding performance? Would you like to see additional different evidence or should any part of this policy be changed in the next monitoring report cycle? Do you see evidence which is extraneous or no longer necessary? Annual monitoring report for board superintendent relationship policy 3.3 delegation to the superintendent. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Is there sufficient evidence to determine compliance for each section? Are all sections in compliance? Recognition of exemplary performance or concerns regarding performance? Would you like to see any additional different evidence or should any part of this policy be changed in the next monitoring report cycle? Do you see any evidence which is extraneous or no longer necessary? Okay. Annual monitoring report for board superintendent relationship policy 3.4 monitoring superintendent performance. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Is there sufficient evidence to determine compliance for each section? Are all sections in compliance? Recognition of exemplary performance or concerns regarding performance? Would you like to see additional different evidence or should any part of this policy be changed in the next monitoring report cycle? Do you see any evidence which is extraneous or no longer necessary? Summer Institute, does anyone have any questions or comments? Dr. Waldron.
Yeah, I had some questions about what kind of things are kind of in these programs. As questions like, is the district, are we paying for these programs? And also I want to make sure that any programs that we're paying for are kind of aligned with the pursuit of academic excellence. You know, a few years back, I was, sitting in the audience. I remember there's one of the trainings that Tom LaValle had caught where he looked into it and saw some things there that didn't really seem to fit with the alignment of the district. And so that just makes me, want to ensure as best we can that whatever things that we're paying for, that they're aligned with our goals and that these things are, we talked about maybe getting rid of some of the site lease kind of things where it doesn't make sense. We're thinking about trying to have, vertical alignment between, curriculum from the different schools and just as best we can to see that. I don't really get a good sense of just the titles of the.
Dr. Field, would you like to answer?
Sure. So Dr. Waldron, we have definitely over the last couple of years under the leadership of Dr. Koslek, and unfortunately you couldn't be here this evening, but we used to offer like 110 different Summer Institute courses and we have significantly pared it down. I don't know if Tacey and Becky know how low it is. I want to say it's in the 70s or 80s now. And yes, absolutely everything we try to align with our goal areas, with our strategic plan, a lot on professional learning communities. We do bring in a couple of speakers this year from Solution Tree. We have somebody coming in early June to talk about common formative assessments. We have a lot of people signed up for that. And so that would be something we would pay for from the outside. So, but yes, all of these courses are, some of them you can see. Did you get the pamphlet? Yeah, when you open it up. We do a lot with special education and compliance. It just runs the gamut. And then there's a ton of independent courses that teachers can take on their own time through the summer because they earn additional credits, which helps with the renewal of their license.
It's actually, I'm glad we're able to offer that, because I know in the VA, we have a lot of things for continuing education, and really, it's a great resource, and also I think it's a benefit to a lot of us who work there. So I'm glad we're able to offer something that's also, aligned with our strategic goals. So good to hear.
Excellent. Proposed, moving on to proposed primary textbooks for life and physical science grades 6 through 8. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Director Tripp.
So I did review the texts. I went in and looked through those. How can you not want to go hang out with science textbooks? They're so awesome. So I did have a question though about the cost of consumables for those books, because they do reference a lot of consumables and student-led things. So I just wondered about doing that.
Yes, and I have Carrie Evans, our Director for Curriculum and Instruction, here to help answer questions.
So
No, you got the
the
mic.
clicker does work, but.
Put the microphone's on. Just put the agenda.
Is it turned on?
It's on.
That's what it sounds like it's on.
Feel like it's on. How about this one?
Never say I'm not a problem solver. So the question around consumables and cost, and yes, and most of our resources that we use do have consumable costs. It just allows the students to have access to both text and the ability to demonstrate their learning and writing. So one of the things that we are trying to do is take advantage of ordering in bulk. We were able to do that with our math elementary curriculum when we are ordering for multiple schools and sites at one time. Oftentimes the publishers will provide discounts, oftentimes in the form of teacher materials. They'll do discounted or sometimes even free fees for those. And so we won't really have a good idea of the actual cost until we know who, if anybody, would want to order and how many copies we would keep.
So did it seem like this set of texts had a higher rate of consumables than some others, or kind of just standard?
It seemed to be standard to me, yeah.
So another just question I wanted to address, because I know that it touches on concerns in the community, and that's a little bit about content of science. We have community members who also reviewed that, spoke to the idea of intelligent design, because there are just a vast number of amazing and miraculous things that underpin our existence here, that I find incredible. And so they wonder about, that being addressed as something out there. And then also, of course, there's always issues surrounding climate change and different things like that, and how those things are handled in these texts. And so I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. And then I have my own feedback about those items as well that I thought I would share.
Sure. So, one of the things that we look for when we are reviewing the texts or resources is really the alignment to standards. And, when we're looking at 6th, 7th, and 8th grade standards, those things don't always come into play. And so they may or may not be introduced, I guess, in those textbooks. So the teachers who evaluate it could not be here today. If you have questions or what they know they're on standby for next time. They could definitely, as content experts, speak more to that than I can. Really what I can speak to is the standards and what was covered in alignment to those.
Thank you. And I did read all the comments of those that reviewed and looked through those. From my own review, I just want to help you guys know kind of what I saw. And I was actually quite pleased overall. I think we all grew up in a school system that, had a fairly what you would consider standard touch on those items. And I don't think there's anything vastly different in treatment of those things than what we experienced. I personally love the earth. And so when a science textbook includes notions surrounding stewardship of our earth and the things living in and on it, I really like that. I think that's an important thing that we teach our kids. So I think it's appropriately taught. I do get really irritated when a science textbook freaks kids out and creates a sense of guilt and shame to where they end up hating the human race. And I didn't find that to be in these texts either. So I felt like that was handled well. And I also didn't find, and probably because of the level that it's at, I didn't find, really hard-hitting extreme evolution of the species, Darwinism kind of treatment either. So I really feel like it was a solid thing, and other more nuanced things that could be talked about are probably handled in upper levels and always by our wonderful parents in their own homes. So thank you.
Very good. Director Walter.
Yeah, I also reviewed these books and I'm in agreement with Director Tripp was discussing as well. So there was, I think not a lot of, or no mention of intelligent design, but also didn't seem to go into, evolution or things like that in a heavy sense. So I think there's enough there for, kids to get some understanding, some framework. Same thing with the climate change. I think there's, some new information that's not included, but that's not unusual for textbooks or things like that anyways. And so I thought overall the books were, very well done. It seemed like they're appropriate for the age level, and McGraw-Hill is holding up to their reputation to put out good resources. So I thought they were great books.
Awesome, thank you both. And we really do appreciate all the community reviews and feedbacks we get. It's invaluable. So thank you to everyone who reviewed for us. Thank you very much. All right, moving on to the Board of Education third quarter budget report. Any questions or comments for Director Tripp? Very good. Challenger Learning Center update. Did anyone have any questions or comments? Director Tripp.
So on this one, I was just wondering, the Challenger program, is there a cost to the district of that program, and what is that cost? Do all of our middle school students participate? And then it talked about different summer kind of internship things and 3D printers that they go home with. And so I'm just kind of wondering, like, what's the cost factor on the cool factor with that? Because obviously 3D printers are awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, that's quite the question. So no, thank you first off for letting me come here and kind of talk to you a little bit. I put together this report every year and talk about student numbers and kind of highlight some of the key things that we do at Challenger. And then I want to thank Becky Allen for sending some questions in advance and things to talk about. And I realized that with so many new faces on the board, there's probably a lot of questions about what do we do at Challenger? What does the district support look like that in Challenger's business model? And so for the sake of time, I'll answer your questions and kind of keep that short, but obviously would love to have deeper conversations about that so that everyone, I know some of you have a better understanding of that, have visited the center, but would be happy to answer any more details that is needed. So, so the district, this is a 24-year partnership that the Academy School District 20 has had with the Challenger Learning Center. And there's three main ways that the district supports us. The first is in giving us space. We are eternally grateful for the opportunity to have our center to reach students inside the district. You also support in funding some staffing support as well, and then providing program or money for student programs. And there's really two ways that you all do that, and this will answer your question. So one grade level from every D20 middle school sends all of their students to us. So we leave that up to the schools. Some of them choose to send 6th graders, some send 8th graders. It changes from year to year. So the district pays, when it's all said and done, for about 60 of these mission experiences, it's right around $26,000 for all of those experiences for the middle schools. The other way that the district supports Challenger programming is that from Learning Services, they provide $50,000 on what I just call program funds. And the idea behind that was that the district saw value in what Challenger was offering students and said, we're going to give you a chunk of money that will provide programs for any D20 school that wants to have that. And so I like to use the term persistent STEM engagement. I'm a former middle school science teacher, spent 12 years in the classroom. I understand that sometimes a really amazing science or STEM experiment or experience in 8th grade might be too late, that students have already decided what they like and what they don't like, or what they're interested in. And so at Challenger, our goal is to create really unique and hands-on STEM experiences from kindergarten all the way up through 8th grade. So that 8th grade event happens to be this kind of culminating event with the goals of, getting students excited about STEM careers and then feeding that CTE initiative that the district has. So hopefully that answers kind of your first question about program fees and things like that. And then you have the numbers of students that we served or experiences that we had in the district. The second part of your question was about 3D printers and summers and internships and things like that. Any money or any funding that we get from the district goes 100% to supporting school programs from elementary and middle schools within the district. That accounts for about a quarter of our budget. The rest of it, as a nonprofit, I am fundraising, finding grants, donors, additional schools and groups coming in to pay for programs. So anything that we do outside of those school programs is funded on Challenger's dime or on grants that I receive. So one of the things in the report I talk about teacher professional development events, and we recognize that investing in teachers has an exponential impact when we look at numbers of students served. And so for something like that, I will find external funding, from grants or foundations that will allow teachers to have these really great experiences at no charge and at no charge to the district at all. So for our summer boot camp sprint, we do charge a little bit, somewhat as no-show insurance, and we also provide food and things like that. But if a teacher attends our summer workshop with 3D printing, that's at no charge to the district. That is all funded by us. And then on top of that, one of the things that we do, because we value the support of the district so much, is that everything we do, D20 teachers, D20 families, and D20 schools get priority booking or the chance to sign up before we open that to the general public. So does that answer your question?
Can you see the grin on my face? No, that's fantastic. I would love to come and visit your site. And thank you so much for doing the work of fundraising to help pay for those other elements that you offer. I think that's tremendous. I really appreciate that. Yeah, thank you.
Turn to Walter. Oh, yeah, Miss Allen, would you like to?
I would love the lights on, but nobody's on. Okay, that sounds better. I just want to thank Mr. Bush and his team because you all have heard that we're 178 out of 178. By the way, during the budget presentation, you're going to find out we moved up one. We're 177 out of 178. But over the last 2 years, we do an annual contract with Challenger Learning Center, and we shared with them several years ago that it was becoming challenging to support at that level. And so we were able to reduce the staffing dollars that we were given. We were just very honest and said we can't sustain it. So that amount reduced, and the price of sending our students for these missions, we went over a multi-year period and kept reducing the amount that District 20 would need to pay. So I just appreciate the partnership and the openness to working with us and considering our financial constraints.
And can I just tag on to that? I don't want to be the person that it's all about the money, but on the other hand, I have to be the person that says, what about the money? So I'm always thinking of Becky Allen in the back of my head because we talk about money. So anyway, I really do appreciate what you offer, and to Becky's point, those meeting us where we're at is such a gift to us. So thank you.
Yeah, and like I said, extremely grateful for the support that we always have, and what I say to my board, and Becky's heard me say this as well. We at Challenger want to be the best stewards of the support that you give us, so that if you're giving us money for staffing, your money for programming, we're giving this amazing space that as much as we humanly can, we are creating exceptional experience for your students and being good stewards of that support.
Turn to Walter.
Thanks. I just have a question about how you incorporate math into the program. I know, I think about math as kind of like the language of the universe, so to speak, that old phrase. And for myself, I really started to fall in love with math more when I got to apply it. Yeah, so I was taking physics classes, chemistry classes, organic chemistry, all those fun, courses, and I guess, see, well, you're not just kind of looking at the math problem, working on a piece of paper, you actually get to apply something. I've had opportunities for that with the students that come in, where you get to say, okay, well, someone jumps off a 3-story building and land on a trampoline that has this much give, does their ankle break, that kind of thing.
Yes, great question. And we are all math, middle school science and math, right? It's all about making things practical and applicable to students. I'll answer your question in 2 parts. The first thing, when I talk about that persistent STEM engagement, you'll notice in your report, I talk about e-missions. So what we've taken is our mission format that we do at our center, and we're able to deliver those digitally with schools. All grades 3 all the way through high school, those are math-based programs. So students are, we always tell teachers they're tied to the grade level math standards. We use science as the hook, and we create a really great experience for that. So all of those are heavily math-based. The teacher in me loves the standard for all of our programming. We really try to apply this in everything, is using data to drive decision-making. So when a student walks into one of our center or one of our challenger programs, regardless of what their job is in the mission or what they're doing, they're going to be collecting data, they're going to be collaborating with each other, and they're going to have to make decisions. And I'm not sure that there's a more practical application of math than, and also a life skill, to say, I'm looking at all this information, I'm looking at these data and these numbers, and I need to make sense of that and then make a decision based on that. So that is the way that we work at Challenger.
That sounds good. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Vice President Payne.
Well, thank you for all that information, but I do have a couple questions. The Pikes Peak region has 17 school districts in it. How many of those districts bring their students to your location or participate in your nonprofit?
Great question. I off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you how many. I can tell you that, the numbers in the report, this year we will have run about over 800 student programs. D20 accounts for about 35% of our student programming. Like Becky mentioned, other schools, thinking of it this way, other schools pay a premium to come to our center. So for example, if one of the other schools comes for a mission, they're paying about 50% more than District 20 school students pay, or not students pay, but schools pay. So in effect, those school districts that we work with, are investing in our center when they come for a program. So we try to serve as many people in the community, and this is one of the things that I will always say is that, we're a 501c3 nonprofit. We are heavily supported by District 20. And it's your support that allows us to have the reach and the impact and influence that we do in this entire community.
So I think this is a good opportunity for a little math and science lesson, because part of it is, have any of those districts provided financial support for your nonprofit in the past and then it stopped or reduced it?
Yes. So we have had districts that have supported in the past, and budget cuts and things like that. We have seen support cut from districts as well.
So one of the questions I would have, I would love all of us to have a site visit, but I would also like to really look from a fiduciary perspective of that increased cost from other districts and how that balances out. Because I do think we have a pretty strong collaboration and partnership with other districts in the Pikes Peak region that could share some of the burden or some of the success of how we do this moving forward that could really benefit you. And as a nonprofit director, retired, I appreciate all the hats you wear. So I'm not saying that in any way that we might be able to just, if we can go into it with an informed process, maybe we can work with some of the other districts to say, how do we all come together to support this based on our use and continued partnership to make sure there's sustainability and growth, and maybe we can stabilize that.
I love that and welcome those conversations. And, I'm constantly in conversations with different school leaders and superintendents to say, what can this look like? And kind of looking back over the years, I've been a challenger for 13. District 20 has kept things afloat. You've been our biggest supporter, and other districts and other individuals across the community have experienced challenger programs because of that. And I know that it has been recognized, but I completely agree with you that we would be stronger if we had a collaborative support from other districts.
And I just want to end with, if I may, President Chan.
You may.
Okay, thank you. I did want to end with, I stood with my two oldest children, my third wasn't born, right here in District 20 as we all watched that unfold. And so thank you for your work. This is only out of a spirit of sustainability and looking at where we're at. We really do value this partnership and collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll move on to the building fund update. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Okay. You are off the hook, Mr. Governor. If you want. Okay, there we go. We'll look forward to seeing you then. Okay, I'm gonna respectfully request all board directors hold their questions and comments during these presentations until the conclusion. This will help ensure presenters can share their information fully and efficiently before discussion. We have an MRE for executive limitation policy 2.7 employment compensation and benefits. This is a holdover from last month too. I did not ask the questions. Is the superintendent's interpretation of the policy reasonable? This is sufficient evidence to determine compliance for each section. Are all sections in compliance? Recognition of exemplary performance or concerns regarding performance? Would you like to see any additional different evidence, or should any part of this policy be changed in the next monitoring report cycle? Do you see any evidence which is extraneous or no longer necessary? MRE for governance process policy 4.14 electronic attendance and participation in school board meetings. Is there sufficient evidence to determine compliance for each section? Are all sections in compliance?
Yes.
Recognition of exemplary performance or concerns regarding performance? Would you like to see any additional different evidence, or should any part of this policy be changed in the next monitoring report cycle? Do you see any evidence which is extraneous or no longer necessary?
No.
MRE for ends 1.2 character monitoring report. Is the superintendent's interpretation of policy reasonable?
Yes.
Is there sufficient evidence to determine compliance for each section? Are all sections in compliance? Recognition of exemplary performance or concerns regarding performance? Would you like to see any additional different evidence, or should any part of this policy be changed in the next monitoring report cycle?
Yes.
Yep, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to note that we're changing from that list of character traits to portrait of a graduate. And with that change, we really need to be looking at how we monitor that effectively. The monitoring report that we received is sort of categorized as a, it's like a report by proxy. It's an inference by proxy. It's sort of like we have trouble measuring the thing itself. And so we give you information about something else and infer that that meets and demonstrates the knowledge that we hope to have, which I find a little bit weak anyway. But since we're changing what those 1.2 ends even are, we really do need to go back and restructure what that monitoring would look like. So that's something we need to work on.
Very good, thank you. Do you see any evidence which is extraneous or no longer necessary? All right, DAC end of the year report. Dr. Susan Philbin.
Good evening, everybody. It's my pleasure to introduce Teresa Land. Wave Teresa to everybody. So Teresa is our volunteer parent chair of DAC. She has served on DAC how many years, Teresa? 5 years. She also was the school accountability chair at Da Vinci, as well as at Discovery Canyon Middle School. And our former DAC parent chair, we hired her in learning services. So Teresa has been fulfilling this position as an interim parent chair and has done an amazing job. And Teresa has created a report that the board has seen. It's in your, is in Diligent, and she's going to go through that with this PowerPoint. Thanks, Teresa, for being here.
Make sure your mic is close, please. Thank you. Hold it close to you.
So DAC is one of two stakeholder groups that is required by law. And so these first 5 slides are just the official language of the charge of the DAC. We are not going to read through them all. We are going to touch on them throughout the There we go. So these 17 presentations are directly aligned with the charge of the DAG. And those are what we're going to get into. These 15 presentations were discretionary presentations that we asked for and that we received throughout the year. This year, historically, we've met 10 times, but this year we tried 8 times. We did not meet in December or May, and we still got everything done, and it was awesome. And these were the dates we met. And this year, also, we usually have a separate meeting called SAC Basics to teach new people to DAC all about what should be happening at their school accountability committees. So instead of having a separate meeting about a meeting, we put this one in our first meeting so that everybody started out with the same information and on the same page. So accreditation is one of the biggest things we do. We form a subcommittee and they make the list of recommendations, and then we broke up into 8 groups by feeder strand, and we all reviewed each school site plan, SPF, and UIP. And then at the big meeting, it's an all-day affair, and one at a time, we get to talk to the principals in our feeder strands and go over all the UIPs and ask them questions. And then when they leave, we get to have a nice debrief and actually just talk about the school itself. And we make commendations and recommendations and give them growth questions that are all put together in a nice report and given back to the principals. And then we do the same thing, but for the budget. But then we talk to all the principals in the feeder strand at the same time. And that is really eye-opening when you get to talk about the differences between the budgetary needs of the elementary school versus the high school and everywhere in the middle. So the site plan and UIP reviews is all tucked up into the accreditation piece. Do highlight it separately. We had a presentation from Mr. Cameron Smart about the annual report for the educator effectiveness and how the process is done, why the process is done. It's awesome. And then Dr. Fields gave us a presentation in October about the district's conduct and discipline code, and we got our annual updates about the expulsion and suspension rates, a high-level overview from the 24-25 school year, and how it changes from year to year. And that presentation is available in board docs. And this is one of the most exciting pieces. At a minimum, the membership is to be 3 parents of students enrolled in public schools, 1 parent of a child enrolled in a authorized charter school, 1 teacher, 1 administrator, and 1 community member involved in business held within the district boundaries. That is the minimum that we have, and every year we crush it, and there were 59 members this year at DEC. There were no charter applications this year, so we did not do that. And then this year we also, at our last meeting, we broke up into small groups to have a nice discussion about the DEC itself, things we really liked about it, the things that we thought maybe we could have more of or less of. And we got to have some really great conversations within our groups, and then we all shared out to the larger group. And it was all captured by a facilitator, and they are making reports in preparation of the upcoming school year. And that was DEC 2.
Very good, thank you. Any questions or comments? Director Tripp.
I just wanted to say thank you. I know Jack does a lot of behind the scenes work and especially connects us to the schools, the individual schools. And I know Director Payne's been working a lot with you all in doing that. And I just really look forward to seeing more of the good things that are coming out of DAC and ways we can even make that a stronger entity that informs us and helps us do our jobs. So thank you for the work that you did this year and please pass that on to the rest of the members.
Thank you very much.
Nice work. I just wanted to say thank you for the time too, because that was a facilitated discussion for a long time. And I want to thank Dr. Field, Becky Harris, Jeremy Koselek. I'm sorry, Dr. Jeremy Koselek. I should be saying Dr. Tripled. But it really was a great day of exchanging ideas and sharing information. And we'll be continuing that work, I think, on into the next school year.
Awesome. All right, report of the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. Anyone have questions or comments? Director Tripp.
Just another thank you. It's, I was looking at all the things you guys were working on and it's a lot to keep track of. So I didn't know if you wanted to speak to your experience of doing that or anything like that. I don't Director or President Shandy, if that's okay with you, but I did want to say thank you for all of that. It's a lot of oversight.
We're very lucky to have Chris. Let's just say that. He keeps us in line, and Dr. Harris as well. And I think for all of us that volunteer our time, it means a great deal that you want us to give input. It shows that District 20 values its parents. And it's neat. We have parents from middle school, elementary, the high school represented on there. And it's just a great opportunity to feel like our voice as parents is important. And it's really neat to see the pictures and what they do. If you'd like, I can read the information we prepared, but I don't. It's up to you.
Please share.
Okay, here we go. I wanted to answer her question first though. So it's not just me, it's a group of awesome people. So I'm Jessica Tiberti, as I said, I'm one of the co-facilitators of the Citizens Bond Committee. I'll give you a quick update on some of our activity. Our last meeting to update you on was April 15th of 2006. Chris led the meeting for us. The great news to report to you is that the 2016 bond is complete. So that's amazing work these guys took care of. $2.3 million was transferred to the Capital Reserve Fund. So that just shows, I wasn't on that committee. It shows excellent execution by those that volunteered their time and love that. So I'll move on to the 2024 bond. We increased our encumbrances by approximately $400,000. This included design of drainage improvements and plumbing infrastructure at Rockrimmon Elementary School, window replacement at Rockrimmon Elementary School, and HVAC upgrades at the New Summit Charter Academy. In the month of February, encumbrances increased approximately by $650,000. This included replacement of the cafeteria floor at Rockrimmon Elementary School, replacement of carpet at Eagleview Middle School, design of HVAC repairs at Timberview Middle School, and replacement of countertops and sinks and staff restrooms at Academy Endeavor Elementary School, Academy International Elementary School, and Explorer Elementary School. In the month of March, encumbrances increased by approximately $780,000. This included HVAC repairs at Ranch Creek, HVAC repairs at Timberview, HVAC repairs at Rampart, and replacement of a sound system and theater maintenance at Pine Creek High School. As of March 31st, 2026, 41% of the funds have been spent. During spring break, the carpet in the lower level classrooms and hallways of Eagleview Middle School was replaced. The rest of the carpet in the school will be replaced this summer. The building fund team will oversee 34 projects at 17 locations this summer. So if there's anyone who wants to know if their bond money is being used properly, give them those numbers, okay? And our next meeting will occur in July, and I'll brief the board at that time. Any additional questions?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you as well for both of you. Incredible. Vice President Payne.
Thank you so much. Great information. You have the 2.3 million that's placed in the Capital Reserve Fund. I don't know if someone has, how do we have plans for that money that's in alignment with those bond objectives?
Miss Allen. I saw you raise your hands.
Got it right here. So just as a reminder for those 2.3 million, that money was transferred to cap reserve for 4 projects. One is $500,000 for the Air Academy High School bleachers, and these are ones that were shared during the mid-year budget in January. Another is $400,000 for a new playground at Academy International. 1 million is for drainage and improving the softball and baseball fields at Liberty because I'm just gonna say it, they go underwater pretty easily. And then 400,000, we're planning to remove about 12 to 14 portables this summer that we do not need. They're not being occupied, they're not well, some are being occupied, but we do not determine them to be a necessity. So the schools already know where they will be removed from. And that's an example of, you invest the money to remove them. Over time, you'll gain that back because you're not putting repairs and things in there. So that will be a return on investment as well. Each one of those projects is in progress, whether it might be in the contract phase or the planning phase, but those are all projects slated for this summer.
Thank you. I believe that's it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Bill.
Presentation stuff.
Mr. Belcher, how many people have signed up to speak during public comment section 1?
We have 5 commenters.
The board welcomes public comment on issues related to the operation and conduct of district schools in accordance to board governance policy GP 4.4. For members of the public who have registered to comment in tonight's meeting, the board has reserved 2 public comment sections. This first public comment section is for individuals who are speaking on specific agenda items and ASD 20 students. ASD 20 students will be called first, after which individuals will be called in the order they appear on the sign-up sheet. The second public comment section is for individuals who wish to speak on a general topic not on the agenda. Individuals will be called in the order that they appear in the sign-up sheet. Each individual speaker will be limited to 2 minutes of comment. Individual speakers may not cede their time to other speakers. Please keep in mind that students often attend board meetings. Speakers' remarks, therefore, should be suitable for an audience that includes kindergarten through 12th grade students. Out of respect for all speakers, please refrain from cheering, clapping, snapping, or speaking during public comment. The board president will recognize each speaker and may interrupt, warn, or terminate a speaker's statement that is unrelated to the operations or conduct of the school district, or disruptive to an orderly, civil, and productive meeting. Examples of comments that may be disruptive to an orderly, civil, and productive meeting include obscenities or profanity, comments that constitute harassment on the basis of one or more protected classes, and or personal attacks against any individual that exceed permissible criticism of school operations or personnel in their professional capacity. Finally, as a reminder to all present, the board and staff generally do not respond to public comment. This is our opportunity to hear from students, parents, and patrons. The board may discuss public comments later in the agenda or on future agendas.
Our first speaker is Sophia Kronlach, followed by Renee Ludlam.
Hello, my name is Sophia Kronlach. I am a junior at the Village High School currently, and I would like to bring your attention to the concerns I've heard from my peers and my teachers about the attendance changes coming to the Village and other hybrid and online schools next year. Attendance will be counted both for in-person and online classes for hybrid and online schools next year. I am aware that this is to see that the district funds aren't being wasted, though using attendance as a way to measure this is taking away from what makes the Village and other online and hybrid schools special. How attendance is being counted for online classes is by completing a minimum amount of assignments per week. Though this plan does sound good on paper, in reality, it won't work for many students who rely on the Village's flexible work schedule and came to the Village for that. As for in-person classes, I know many of the school board members were present at the Village graduation yesterday and heard firsthand accounts of how the village has helped students who couldn't always be present for in-person classes. Beyond the stories said yesterday, I know many students who also can't always attend in-person classes due to medical or family reasons, and they attend the village for that reason. I speak for the students who come to the village because their lives didn't work with a traditional school, and I do agree that it is important to make sure that the funds are being properly used. But if your goal is to see that district funds are in fact being used properly, then making it hard for students to meet their goals in homework and is not the answer. Thank you.
What she said.
Our next speaker. Our next speaker is Renee Ludlam, followed by Catherine Chukas on deck.
Hello, the board and DAC's priorities should be reflected in all financial actions. The board has both responsibilities and opportunities. First, I'd like to recognize the cabinet and the board's efforts in spite of state and federal limitations to provide a small bonus and raise for all staff. I'm sure that's highly appreciated. However, there's a need for creativity as well as thinking about fairness in terms of that 4 point whatever percentage of the discount of the increased cost of insurance going to those who only use the district insurance. So please, in the future, take all of those things into consideration and holistically look at what's fair. Secondly, every leader in this room agrees that student success is the main goal of the district. Lawsuits, legal fees, contract termination costs, all directly take away from these goals being met. Consider parent feedback, timing, weigh timing, cost, and remember that we still have over $500 million of deferred maintenance. How are our district priorities being reflected in your actions? Third, I would love for Colorado's fair share of taxes to come to our district. I'm not the only one. So we can't control all of those things, but there are some actions that the school board, district, the cabinet can do today to have influence in looking at creative solutions. One of those is looking at the resolution to support Initiative 195, which is Protect Colorado's Future. So this could be a ballot measure that could go on the November election. While 99.2% of El Paso County residents would actually see a tax decrease, the benefit would be to the district out of that $2 billion of expected income coming in. That's going to K-12 education, health, and early childhood development. District 20's portion of that.
Your time is out. Appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Catherine Chukas, followed by Beth Hodgson.
My name is Catherine Chukas. I live in the district. This week we took a picture with 18 Air Academy grads who attended Woodman Roberts for their kindergarten year. Our Westside community has raised a fantastic group of young adults. My comments tonight are about item 15D on your agenda, which is also about kindergarten. As you know, details matter when making and improving policy. Please slow down. When I was reviewing the agenda for this entire meeting, there's a number of documents which have typos. Board member names are incorrect or misspelled. And it's probably too late given that many of these documents were on the consent agenda. So I'm going to slow down with 15D. Of the D20 schools called out this evening for being accredited with distinction, none of them were New Summit Charter. And it is surprising that the kindergarten criteria that New Summit Charter is using to compare itself for success is to Monument Academy rather than to our amazing kindergartens like at Woodman Roberts. Or maybe that's a typo as well, and New Summit is just copying the document from another charter school. Slow down, inquire, make an amendment. Remember, there are over 100,000 adults who are stakeholders, who are homeowners and landlords who have property that is above the median value in El Paso County here in Academy District 20. These property owners have high expectations for a board and superintendent. As board members are continuing to learn their role about school finance, about state standards, we should recognize that there are not many successful public school districts around the country that are similar to District 20 that you can learn from. None of them are in the Pikes Peak region. The nationwide list of top school districts in the country have mill levy overrides to fund their activities, only have 1 or 2 high school sites, or only a few thousand students. But I did find 2 large successful districts, both in the Chicagoland area, the Naperville and Aurora, Illinois school districts. These school districts would have board members, leaders who have similar number and composition of stakeholders and can bring to D20 tactics which can improve upon our successes. Please think about networking with these districts. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Beth Hodgson, followed by Brett Dayberry.
Hi, I'm Beth Hodgson, parent of a D20 student and resident. Imagine entering a space where your very identity is erased at the doorway. For many children, this is the reality when policies jeopardize the use of chosen names. This restriction is not simply an administrative detail, but a direct assault on a child's mental health, safety, and academic success. During the study session, Director Waldrop quoted the CAST study, a study that specifically looked at the use of puberty blockers and hormones. That is vastly different than the ACA policies discussing, which is using a child's chosen name. Studies published in several peer-reviewed journals show that chosen name usage reduces suicidal ideation and decreases rates of severe anxiety and depression. Constant misnaming inflicts daily repetitive psychological stress on developing minds and forces vulnerable students to skip school to avoid humiliation. Fear of being called on can prevent active classroom participation and invites immediate harassment and social isolation from peers. You stated in the study session that you're against bullying, especially of our transgender students. Yet when public comment at board meetings has brought forth concerns about bullying in our schools, specifically against marginalized students, no meaningful discussions have occurred and no actual policies have been enacted. I personally know families who have pulled their students from D20 because they were being bullied. The main focus during the study session was on transgender students requesting to use their chosen name at school. It was stated that the parental notification policy won't apply to cute nicknames. Having a policy that applies to one group of students is discriminatory and will result in lawsuits that cost this district money. Money we've been shown by our budget presentations and deferred maintenance list that we do not have. I want all of you to recognize your legacy here in D20 will be as the board that chose Brad Miller, known across the state for bankrupting school districts and personal agendas over our staff and our students. Let's choose compassion and best practice over control and lawsuits.
Our final speaker for this section is Brett Dayberry.
At the very heart of the ACA policy is whether or not parents have the right to approve the name that will be used for their children. To clarify, we're talking about the name that the parents gave to their child at the birth of their child. Or will the government schools illegally usurp that right? Ultimately, they are the parents' kids, not the school's kids. Amazingly, the current policy doesn't reflect that. For comparison, here are the applicable portions of the ACA policies for neighboring districts. D11 reads, this procedure, ... requires parental consent. D49 reads, students must have parental approval for non-legal name changes. D38 charter school, Monument Academy's policy reads, the written request must be signed by both the student and the parents or guardians. And I'll add Elizabeth School District for particular reasons. Their policy reads, students must have parental approval for non-legal name changes. In contrast, D20's current policy reads, students ... do not need parental approval. I know that you know the right thing to do. As you contemplate the changes on this policy, I prayerfully ask that you show the courage to do what is right for the families of D20.
We have discussion items, review of administrative policy, ACA name changes. Discussion, please, Mr. Miller, may I open with you and some legal insights?
You may, and thank you. As I discussed at the study session earlier, I was asked to explore a couple of questions around our current ACA policy. And I want to walk through some of that analysis, just because I think the clarity that arises out of that would be helpful for your decision making. So we have a current policy, ACA. It's presumably it's up on the website on the packet, and I've got a copy in front of me. And it relies for its approach on the question of parental consent on a set of citations, starting with a CFR, a federal code of regulations, and then down to a CRS, which is a state law. The CFR citation, interestingly, on our version, has a states that, well, I should read it to you. It says, parents and students have the right to request a school name change and gender marker on their record. And this is ostensibly quoting FERPA, which is a citation many people in this room are familiar with. Actually, FERPA in 34 CFR 99.1 or 99.20D states that only parents are able to request a change, or eligible students. It does not just gloss over and say students. And eligible students are defined as students who are 18 years old or who are full-time enrolled in college courses. And so our citation isn't accurate as it stands. We'll need, notwithstanding anything else, we'll need to correct that because that's not what the CFR stands for. That said, CRS 22.1.145 does explicitly state in our legislature in the spring of 2024, diligently worked to say that, for example, district employees, quote, shall address a student by the student's chosen name. That same CRS 22.1.145 also states that the district must, quote, implement a written policy outlining how the LEA will honor a student's request. And then it says, and this is pursuant to, and quote, must comply with FERPA. This was an intentional insertion into the CRS to acknowledge that FERPA overrules in this case the question of whether a student has the agency to make these decisions. It's longstanding federal jurisprudence in the Supreme Court, Troxel versus Granville, on up to Mahmood, case after case after case that explains that parents are the authority in their child's education. They make decisions around aspirins and field trips and IEPs and all sorts of change of placement issues. And so this is consistent with that. And our legislature, perhaps grudgingly, acknowledged that FERPA overrides their intent. They're designed to sort of insinuate that children have agency, but in fact, they knew that they couldn't override FERPA, and parents retain that authority. And so I understand that this is, people will claim that this is a politicization of policy. I think it's actually the opposite. I think your legislature took some steps to attempt to politicize, and I think that you can go forward in good faith and consider a different approach to this. As I said in the study session, and I don't want to, be mystical here. People have stated publicly, people have written to you. Yeah, there's a chance of litigation or threats of litigation in association with this sort of policy approach. It's just a fact because our state law purports to challenge this issue in a way that I think runs up against the federal law, but where our world works, people are going to have to challenge that to figure out what the right answer is. And then the question presented to you is, which side of that line do you want to be on and which level of risk you want to assume? And we've talked about that some in more confidential settings. We can go further down that road, but I want to make sure I put this analysis out in the public. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Director Walter.
Yeah, and I'll just review a little bit of the stuff I kind of provided for the study session notes. I have 4 different citations basically here discussing things related to some of the concerns that are raised about if we're not going to enact this policy, if we're not trying to use preferred names of youth that want to consider transitioning, things along those lines, it's going to increase harm. There's not really evidence supporting that. There's a lot of studies that have been very poorly conducted, and a lot of times people can cite those different kinds of studies. But the CAS report is one report where they went through the UK and went through a very systemic review of those things. We have criteria for how you evaluate how well studies are done. What was the samples, how well were the data gathered, what were the controls that were measured, randomized controlled trials, along those lines. So there are standards of how good was the study and how good are the conclusions you come drawn from those things. And so the CAS review went through those things. It was published in 2024 in the UK. It went through and found that there's not a lot of very solid evidence supporting the idea of kind of that you confirm someone's name or can use hormones or other surgeries along those lines, that actually translates to better outcomes. They also found that by using things like what they call social transition, which would be using like names in high schools, often leads to medicalization. And so, just as one of the quick notes that's on here, and people will feel free to read it. That's why I'm mentioning it specifically. You can go and read it yourself. It's around 400 pages. There is a summary review kind of early on. But one of the findings, for example, is it found that many young people referred to the gender clinics had complex psychological or social needs that were sometimes overshadowed by a focus on gender identity alone. So there is a need to be able to identify what's actually kind of going on with these youth so you actually get them appropriate care. And so the idea that just by default that affirming a name or affirming their concerns in some ways can make a better outcome, that's not supported by the evidence. That was also just reviewed by the British Medical Society, where they took a look at this. At first, they kind of rejected the CAS report and they did their own review of those things. And within just the past couple of weeks, they confirmed that actually the CAS report was very well done, very rigorous in its methods, and its conclusions are solid. I also put in here a reference for the Health and Human Services report. They kind of modeled as well similar processes that were followed by the CAS report, looking at data around these issues, came up with the same conclusions. So both of those are there. There's critiques of them. There's critiques of those things, but you can find you have the evidence of those things to read through them. Of course, we can't do all that in a study session or in a public setting like this, but the data's out there and it's available. I also kind of mentioned the WPATH files because a lot of people started to take some of the standards that were driving a lot of this turned out to be very politicized. Actually, that's one of the things that they found was that the WPATH, which is the World Professional Association for Transgender Health, had become very politicized, and we're no longer actually following standards for medical care rather than pushing political ideology. And also, when you see the WPATH files, there's the administrators and people high up in those levels that they document actually showing that they're negligent of the harm that being conducted. For example, someone who's young and going through transition, being placed on hormones or things along these lines, they said that those things could just be reversed and wouldn't cause harm. And they knew this wasn't true. There's videos of them kind of talking about these things that would lead. And so when someone goes through these kind of hormones, it can lead to things like permanent sexual dysfunction, all kinds of different problems that never change. You can't just pause puberty and then restart it another time. That's not the way the human body works. They do that, and they're putting those things out anyway. So a lot of good information for people that have concerns or regarding this. We look at the WPATH files and find a lot of that. And then the last thing I kind of noted here was a study that was conducted, published in 2024, in the journal Curtis by Straub et al. Had a good size sample and took a look at kind of what's the difference in outcomes for people that underwent gender affirming surgery and appropriate controls, people went through different surgeries, things along those lines. It was designed for gender affirming care or other things. And what they actually found was that individuals who underwent gender affirming surgery had a 12 times increase of higher suicide attempt risk. 12 times. You hardly ever see 12 times increase of risk in many regards. So that is profound. And if you think about it on a psychological sense, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, if there's something that's going wrong, they thought this was the answer that was going to fix their problems, and then it doesn't, and you've done irreparable damage. It makes sense why you have increase in these harms. So it's actually quite the opposite. You're not increasing harm by having things being consented for by parents along those lines. And another thing's left out, a lot of these, what I kind of consider to be a lot of activists that promote a lot of these things, they tend to like weaponize empathy. There's a thing that's been going around, if you don't do this, then the child's going to be at higher risk of suicide or self-harm. That has not been borne out by the evidence. And if you just look even at the DSM, for example, that's our, in psychology, psychiatric world, it's our manual for disorders. Historically, gender dysphoria affected less than 1% of the population. And out of that less than 1%, 50 to 98% of them desisted. So the most common outcome for anyone who experienced any form of gender dysphoria is that it was not going to persist. So this has never been supported by the evidence in the first place. And that's what we see kind of over and over again. I know we have other comments as well, but along kind of parental rights along those lines, and I agree. But I'll turn the floor over, so I'm not just talking for ad nauseum.
I appreciate the information. Thank you. Director Tripp.
Thank you so much for providing that background from both of you from a legal standpoint to kind of give us an overview, and then also just from a healthcare standpoint, shining some light on those kinds of things that we all hear and are exposed to. As I've really been thinking and praying about this, my mind continually turns to the student themselves who are experiencing this challenge. In my opinion, a student who is considering changing their gender is a student likely in a form of distress. And because that would be a hard thing to think about doing. And so if they are doing that and they're in that position, I can't imagine that we wouldn't want their primary caregiver, the ones that know them the best, the ones that love them the most, to be a part of that conversation and to help them during that really difficult time that they're considering. I don't consider the school to be equipped to step into the place of that parent, those parents, and do that work with that child. And I think it's very prideful for the legislature to think that a school should be doing that and to think that they're equipped to do that. So I don't think it actually serves the student that we're talking about that really is looking at doing that. If as a school we are approached by a student with the support of their parent who wants to do a name and gender change, that should be supported at that point, because that's a unified decision that they've made, and that should be supported. And as I mentioned before, no student, regardless of what they are wishing to present themselves out, deserves to be bullied or mistreated or hated on. We really want to see kindness and empathy and love as one of our strong character traits developed in not only our students, but in any of the staff. So where those things happen, that needs to be addressed. And if we have weaknesses in addressing those behaviors, we really do need to look at that. So I just think I'm glad we moved from just doing it in the dark to informed. But I do think if we're trying to care for that student the most, that we do that keeping their support system in place as they go through that process. So consent makes more sense to me.
Thank you. Vice President Payne.
Well, I know we had this conversation earlier, and you might have taken a few of my talking points, but I appreciate you said it more eloquently. So number one, with FERPA, I appreciate all the legal guidance. When we look at FERPA, it's been around a long time. Again, children spend more time with their families, their parents, than they do at school. It's an unfair position to put our staff in if we don't direct this as leaders across the district. And parents should have a consent in their child's life. And this is a very meaningful, established thing. This isn't being asked to be called a nickname or something else. This has got a lot of meaning behind it and profound impact, and it can cause a rippling into grievances, all kinds of things. So I think it should be consent. I'm very firm on that. I do think if there is any adult that feels like a child's health or safety, which applies in FERPA as well, is in jeopardy, that I'd like to see us as a district formalize what the protocol is when they've identified a health or safety exception for our staff, and that there is a formalized process for who is notified if that case actually exists, because I think often children are crying for help, and sometimes the people that are their support system don't recognize it. And we as professionals need to recognize the cry for help and make sure that we're passing it along to people that can support that child even when they're not at school. But I appreciate all the dialogue today and the conversation.
Director Walter.
Yeah, I just want to just clarify that I am also just in agreement with the consent. I definitely agree with everything that both of you have said and the things we talked about earlier. Definitely think the consent is the way to go. I know most people would know me, think I'm very strong on the point that we don't co-parent with the government. You know, we're not here to take the position of parents or make decisions in the absence of parents. And just like we're talking about, there are concerns that are raised about actual safety of any child. We should have proper procedures and there are proper referrals to agencies, you know, for those things. But I do think consent is the right way to move forward.
Appreciate that. I appreciate all the discussion and the enlightenment from Mr. Miller, so thank you. And I agree, like giving back parents' rights to make those decisions is where we need to be and remove ourselves from the in-between. So very good. That's our discussion for ACA policy tonight. We'll move on to decision items. We need a motion to approve resolution 200-26 appropriation from the 2024 building fund and contract award for LED lighting upgrades.
So moved.
Second. Discussion, please. No discussion. Very good. Roll call, please.
Vice President Payne,
Aye.
Director Tripp,
Aye.
Director Wilbur,
Aye.
I heard you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Aye. Director Walter,
Aye.
President Shandy.
Aye. We need a motion to approve resolution 201-26 approval of proposed budget for fiscal year 26-27.
So moved.
Second. Discussion, please.
I did have just some questions, even kind of reflecting back to one of the comments from earlier. I have asked how the budget that's being put forward reflects the input that we received from DAC last month. You know, what adjustments, if any, were made from that? Are there places that we can cut to bolster something else? I know this report included some top 11 projects, so just kind of background information about Department of War things, those grants, which are cool. And can't we find the money somewhere for the rest of the boilers? Some things like that. So those are some of the questions that I had submitted and would love to hear your thoughts on those things. Dr. Phil?
Yes, Miss Becky Allen is going to give us a quick presentation.
I must have some kind of magnetism or something tonight. I one over there and two here.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just user error. All right, so I will go briefly. If I go too fast over something that you would like more detail on, please don't hesitate to let me know. This first slide just shows us where we are in the process. As a reminder, what are we asking for tonight? A few things. One is just acceptance of the fact that we have provided a proposed budget because we need to meet that deadline. Starting tomorrow, the proposed budget will be on display, if you will, in two locations. One is on our website and one there's a hard copy at the front desk. We also start running a newspaper ad in accordance with state statute to make sure our community knows that it is out there for their review. So when, just very important, at the end of this presentation, you are only approving and acknowledging you've gotten the proposed budget. During the board meeting on June 11th, that is when you will be presented with an adopted budget for your consideration. If you decided for some reason you did not want to adopt that budget that evening, we would need to reconvene because we are required to have a budget adopted by the board by June 30th. In a moment after this presentation, there will be a second related resolution for salaries. That is an approval request tonight because
Cameron and his team in HR need to start preparing contracts and those types of things. So that's kind of just where we are in the process. So it's been some bumpy rides here this year with the budget, and some years are smoother than others. What is interesting is that our long bill, our state budget bill was approved on April 6th. Or that's when it was introduced, and it took until May 8th to be signed by the governor. What we were planning for quite some time, and what the messaging was that we should expect 0 increase in our School Finance Act PPR. And in fact, some were saying plan for a cut to go even deeper. What happened is the long bill did not end up cutting education in the state of Colorado. They found their shortfalls, which at times ranged from what you could read, $1.2 to $1.5 billion. They ended up decreasing their reserve from 15% to 13%. That's important to know because that's a one-time source of money. What Ms. Atwood was saying, our lobbyist earlier, is to still remain knowing that we've got a difficult budget year again next year. And part of the cut was made one time, so they can't keep going back to that well. It starts to dry up. They also cut Medicaid and made some cuts to other departments at the state level. What we learned is, despite really planning for 0, the School Finance Act came out more positive than we thought, very similar to what we originally saw back in January. However, on May 5th, we went down a little bit on the roller coaster because we got an update from the Colorado Department of Education that they were making a change and we were going to lose about $700,000 because they were changing the cost of living factor. They also told us during that time that the rate of inflation increased from 2.3% to 2.4%. Well, then on May 8th, they changed their mind on the cost of living and they said they came in bottom of the 9th, full count, reduce your funding. So they said, look, we're going to give you your old cost of living factor, but be ready next year. The cut is going in play. So that's another just thing on the horizon for us to remember that this cost of living that doesn't favor us will be in play next year. But as we go to say, okay, where did we land? First of all, this chart talks about enrollment, and we already know that we're projecting about a 0.5% decline in enrollment for next year. Why does that matter for funding? Because we get our funding per student. When we look at this slide, I kept this slide the same because it does mirror what's in the proposed budget. We couldn't fix it in enough time. But if I had a big X, I'd make a couple of X's on this slide. Upper right corner, 2.4% now, CDE changed it. When we look at between the green and the reddish box, the increase of $315.53 last night literally got a new run, and we are $10.70 more per student. That adds up. It's over $200,000. We'll take it. And so that puts us at about $11,374 for our PPR. When we prepare the adopted budget for you to consider in June, we will true that up so that you're seeing the best information that we have. The next slide just projects out what we think our mill levy will be. This year is not a reassessment year. That's why we're predicting flat assessed valuation. We very well may still get an increase, and we will adjust those levies accordingly when that presentation comes to you in January. So when we go ahead and look at a slide, we can kind of put these pieces together and say, how much new resource did we have? It's about $6.9 million. And I was asked the question, where would I see that in the budget book? So if you turn to page 27 in the budget book, at the bottom, there's 3 different places that I can show you where you kind of add the numbers up to see that. And just Mrs. Tripp, can you just let me know when you're on page 27? And it's the actual page number 27 as opposed to maybe the PDF. It's the one that's hard coded in 27.
That's general fund at the top.
That's right. Mrs. Tripp, would you do me a favor and go to the lower left part of that chart, all the way at the bottom where it says 1, these items make up the School Finance Act? Right under there, do you see the number that says 6,759,910? Okay, there's 6.7 of it. On the rightmost part of the prior year variance, you see 2 increases in revenue, about 100,000 from indirect revenue from food service, about midway down the page, right part of your sheet, not in the percentage column, right to the left. And then under state equalization general fund, vocational ed, you see another 96,896. That's the other 200,000 that gives us that 6.9. So the primary chunk is the School Finance Act total program funding. So if we go on now, let's go ahead and take a look at our greatest part of our expense. We have about 69% of our expenditures are related to salary and benefits. People sometimes ask me, and I'll talk about this a little bit later too, is where can you make some cuts? Well, when you make cuts, sometimes it's easiest to go where you spend the most money. But when you get near salaries and benefits, that's the last place that we want to cut from. So it's a challenge, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. So again, when you look at this sheet, the only cross out I would make is changing that CPI to 2.4%. And what you can see in the chart is a summary of what was shared during the work session about almost a week and a half ago. So first of all, let's go in that first column, making the one-time 1.5% increase recurring. This year, part of the compensation package was a one-time 1.5%. We are plugging that hole. Now, I don't want to deceive anyone. That is only going to feel like flat for next year. But remember, the 1.5% was due to expire on June 30th. So this is step 1 of a win. We plug that hole and we're plugging it recurring. We're not going to face another conversation next year about how we plug that hole. Now you go to the right. This is a new 1% recurring. And then in November, because we need to balance what Amy Atwood shared, she said we may have a rescission. We already know $700,000 is going to come due on this cost of living that we got a reprieve. We also know it will be a tough budget year, and they made a lot of budget cuts that are one time only. So this payment is one time only. And you might look at it and say $1,400. That doesn't sound too much or what have you. All the details are at the bottom about how it relates to if you're part-time or not. But I want to give some context on this slide. If you make $30,000, and this is a lot of our staff, our classified staff, our paraprofessionals, that's 4.7%. If you make 70,000, which is a pretty close to our teacher, Mr. Smart would say about 78,000 is the average. That's 2%. And that percentage shrinks the bigger your salary is. So it's 110,000, just as an example, is 1.3%. Part of the reason it was designed to be a flat payment is to have a bigger impact on our lowest paid staff members. So I just want to share this because the 1,400 may not look fancy, but you can see that it does have a percentage that is meaningful. But keep in mind, this is one time, again, because of the uncertainty ahead. We also, when we change our base, our teacher base would go up to 52,800, which is a 1.5% increase. And that means our coaching pay, our instructional coaching, our club sponsors will also see an increase. And of course, we had over a 4% increase in our health insurance premium. We're covering it, plus our staff still have one medical, and they will get chiropractic and physical therapy things added, and we were able to negotiate with Kaiser to not pay any more money for the PT and the chiropractic. So bottom right, it's about $11.5 million. And I want you to just remember what we just talked with. 6.9 million in new resource, 11.5. We're spending more than we are getting in new dollars. That's why it can't all be recurring, or it would be irresponsible. If we go to this slide here, it really summarizes the expenditure modifications, and we talked about some of these, especially at that first work session in March. A couple of things I want to address here. You know, there was, Teresa did a great job presenting the DAC report. She talked about the DAC budget subcommittee, and that subcommittee puts a lot of work into a report showing what are the budget needs of the district. I just want to point out a few of the pieces in here that it may not be exhaustive, but representative of the types of things that were brought up in that DAC report. First of all, IXL, or a progress monitoring system that was comprehensive. We have that. Schools shared that they wanted more district technology technician support. And remember that we have a whole plan in here that Mr. Mather and his team developed to provide more DTT support to all of our feeder strands. It's going to be a zone defense. You kind of have a team for that zone, and they're going to work more days so that schools are not high and dry in the summer and have a better way to get ramped up for the school year. Certainly in the DAC report, it talks about attracting and retaining staff, trying to push our salaries, our benefits as far as we can, certainly addresses that. The PSMI project, while it might look on the surface for Douglas Valley that it's just a Douglas Valley project, when that school, one of our oldest in the district, is healthy again, we don't have to worry about deferred maintenance needs at that school. It frees up money for other schools. And certainly we also saw some increased money for extracurriculars, and we've got some of those things with our unified teams, the district POMS team at Pine Creek. So those are just some examples. Another one is our reserve, a reserve that we started not too long ago called the Student Support Staffing Reserve. It has 1.5 million, and it is used mainly for behavior support paraprofessionals in our schools when we have students who might not be on an IEP, but they're going through an evaluation period. It allows us to access one-time money to deploy staff, new staff to schools, and we've got that money and be able to help those students and those schools be able to support those students. One last note on this one, you might be looking at the line that says a just cause for Douglas Valley, that 14 million. That is showing that we are going to barely start spending some money here for Douglas Valley because of that award. And I'll explain a little more of that in a minute. Another place you can see that, if you look on page 23, I had a question about why on page 23 and 22, it really spans both of them. Something called federal revenue and another line that is called other non-instructional services. Why did they balloon up so much in 26-27? The federal revenue jumped from 4.5 million to 36.5 because a lot of that money is representing the reimbursement that we are going to start to see this year with the construction project at Douglas Valley. And down below, it's the offsetting expense. The expense will also increase because we'll be engaging in that work. there was a request, earlier this year, maybe even towards the end of last year, regarding how can we see easier in our monthly financial and in our budget, what our legal services look like. And they were really lumped in. There's kind of two phases of legal services. One is the contracted services. For example, we have a contract with Mr. Miller's firm. And the other, in the past, we had folks on staff employed. So that shows in salaries and benefits. So what we've done now is the contracted services, you really couldn't see them drawn out. If you look at the slide, the before was just purchase services. If you look at that red box, we've now broken it into two. So now you have purchase services non-legal and you have purchase services legal. And if you look at that note down there, it explains that these dollars only relate to contracted services. And so we noted the years that they were also complemented by having legal counsel on staff, and we can watch that over time. Next year will become our base year, our baseline, because it will just have contracted legal services. And that will give us a good eagle eye on how that's progressing. And again, we'll modify our financial report on a monthly basis, so we'll break it out. So if you find as you start to look at that over time, that doesn't meet the needs, just let us know and we can brainstorm another way. Now, I talked about, right, we have this $11.5 million salary package, yet we have 6.9 in new revenue. So one of the things that I want to talk about is what's called an upside down budget. Okay, so if you look on the right part of your screen, I put one box in purple and one in red. When you look at the purple box, the revenue's $360 million. You look at the expenditures, $367 million. And you say, where's that $7 million coming from? So first of all, if you look in the blue box is the answer to that question. About 3 million of that is what we're going to contribute. It's the Douglas Valley project. We have those dollars. They're in our reserve. So even though it looks like it on paper, we have the 3 million sitting right here. It's right in our budget. So don't worry about that part. The other part, that would leave about 3.6 million that were upside down. We normally target about 2 million upside down because we budget for every job, every day, everybody to spend exactly what. We don't typically do all that. There's always some vacancies. People typically don't spend their whole budget. So we expect to be underspent a little bit. That's typical. So what I'm asking is for your confidence to go beyond the 2 million. Because we've already looked at our spending patterns this year, and we are budgeted to consume some of our fund balance this year, and we won't. That is our plan. We are not planning to consume any. In fact, we might be tiny little growth to it. So we feel that this is a safe budget, one that will maximize our salaries and benefits for staff without putting us in financial jeopardy, given what Mrs. Atwood said earlier. Now, the proof is in the pudding here with our unassigned fund balance. When you look at this at the upper right, our budget is planning in the red box to have about 33.7 million in unassigned fund balance. What does that mean? Policy says that we need an unassigned fund balance between 4 and 12% of our expenses. That puts it at about 9.63%. Now, why do you keep an unassigned fund balance? Same reason you want an emergency savings account. If we, for some reason, had no revenue coming in, that 33.7 million would pay the bills, keep the lights on, do everybody's check for 4.8 weeks. So that's all it gives us. Some say, oh, I have 6 months of saving. We can't afford that, right? And we'd be well over the 12%, we'd be out of policy. But when you take a look at these numbers down below, again, Because we are expecting unspent funds and not consuming fund balance, we feel that this is a healthy approach and does not put us in jeopardy, even though we're under 10%. Now, people ask, why don't you just spend all the unassigned, but leave $1 million or $2 million? Why are you leaving so much? Here's just a couple of things. These are just some scenarios of what could happen, what could prompt you needing to use unassigned fund balance. Well, if you look down kind of in the middle, there's a scenario there that, let's say there was a major wind and hail event at Discovery Canyon campus. That campus is our most expensive one because it's a PK-12. Well, the deductible would be about $8 million. And let's say Da Vinci's pretty close. It got hit too, another 1.3 million. Even leave Da Vinci out, that they were fine. There's $8 million just to pay the deductible before the insurance would kick in. A more tragic one would be a transportation if all the buses were there. If we had all those buses hit, it would probably, we'd only have coverage for about 10 million because it's actual cash value. But probably it'd be about 30 million to replace that fleet. So these are the types of, you'd say, well, Beck, what's the likelihood? But we want to do our best to at least be good stewards and be proactive to try to plan. The next slide, I was asked to share kind of what are some of our top needs. You can see that some of them have a positive funding status, like they're in the works, and some we don't. One of the things, lines 2 and 3, there is a brand new, it is the first year, because I thought, have I missed this in the past? So I called the federal government, it's a federal grant, first year. Impact aid school districts qualify. It's called, you may have heard of a DODEA grant. This is called a DOWEA grant. Sounds like what I would say as a CFO, no way do I have the money, but it's a DOWEA grant. They have $100 million for all schools to vie for. The max award is 25 million. There's 2 criteria, well, a few more. Impact aid eligible, check. You need a school that has over 15% federally connected students. We have schools with that. But you kind of have to balance that, like, although the top priority is health, safety, temperature, it'll shut the school down. Then number 2 is kind of improvements, right? We wanted to stay away from improvements. We want number 1 priority. We also don't want to ask for 25 million. Remember, all these schools, we want something viable. So lines 2 and 3 are boilers and air handlers at Pine Creek High School, $17 million. If they went down, we would have a major issue. This is what we are applying for. Do you know that the grant was not released until it was April 21st? Guess when it's due? May 22nd. You need designs, engineering reports, the works. We're working on it, and we plan to have it in May 22nd. We're going to keep our fingers crossed because this is one of those examples like Doug Valley. Not only does it improve Pine Creek, but now 17 million off the list. So it's got that double whammy. So please keep your fingers crossed. I was asked, what about the boiler and air handler for Mountain Ridge, right under for 13 million? It's not funded. We don't have it funded. If we were to fund it, we give about 3 million to cap reserve at the beginning of the year and maybe 4 or 5 at the mid-year. That's almost a year and a half of funding. And while it's very important, it's hard to get all of that money together at one time. To save that takes multiple years. And that's why we don't have funding. But you can see the other items that are there as well. Just wanted you to have a glimpse. Of course, we focus on the general fund because that's our biggest fund and it is the vast majority of our operational spending. We certainly have other funds in play as well. And let's just go to the way ahead so that a reminder of what we'll come back with in June. So here is what my thoughts are And please let me know if this does not sound okay. First of all, I'd like to true up the PPR when we come back. It's over $200,000 increase. Also, just this Friday, or excuse me, just this Monday, we were in a meeting regarding special education needs. As you start to get in this time of year, you're starting to learn of new students coming and the needs. And Dr. Harris, Dr. Field, and Dr. Lujan Lindsay, all are analyzing and seeing the need for another CSD program, our students with autism. So we have multiple schools that already have this program, but you can't really grow that to 20 students in one building. Students sometimes dysregulate, they can set off others dysregulating. There's a way to maximize the impact of the program, and there's a certain threshold where you say, gosh, we need another program, and really the district is at that point. So they are looking, may I say the school, at Antelope Trails, and that's about that we've been literally working on it this week, perhaps around $600,000 to stand up that program with the staff and all of that. Certainly that $10.70 would offset some of that. But what I would like to do is bring a proposed budget, has the trued up PPR, and has that proposal in there. What it will mean is we'll have a little less on the unassigned fund balance, but again, I do by about 300,000, but I do not see that as a danger point. If there's any concerns, please let me know on that piece. One other question that was brought before I'll take any questions is just around, where do you find the money? Where, when you have to make things work? Well, I would say kind of there's a proactive and a reactive. The proactive is what I hope that we shared this evening, maximizing what we can for staff, but like the $1,400 payment is one time. We don't overextend. Would we love it to be? Yes, but then we're not being best responsible ones here as we do that. Secondly, I would say that I have never seen cabinet more disciplined this year. We thought we were getting zero or maybe a cut. So you know what? Every time someone said, we need this, the next question is, no problem. Let me know what you're cutting of an equal amount. And that's what we did. So that's a big strategy. The DTT work, it's practically net zero after all this shifting. So that is a disciplined approach that I think that we will continue. Where else do we look for money? Well, again, it's trying to remain disciplined, trying to look within to say, to get something new, what are you willing to give up? Also, I would say that Cameron and his team have really focused on when you have a vacancy, do you really need to fill it? That is also another strategy to say, we can't just keep going when it doesn't make sense. We are not afraid to make the hard decisions to say we can't do that. Another example, I don't know if Carrie Evans is here. She worked tirelessly this spring to do a consolidated math curriculum purchase. Well, she was able to really leverage with the company. That's another way to save. So these are just some examples. There's certainly more. One last one I'll leave you with, because he was a classified staff member of the year in operations, is we have a master plumber now. We didn't used to, and we were paying all these high plumber bills. We created a new position. We pay the person more, but now we have one master plumber and they do all this complex work. We're paying less money out the door. These are just some of the ways that we try to save money along the way. We will send a new budget memo tonight to staff as well. Anything from me?
No, thank you very much. That was very thorough.
I'm sorry if it was too thorough.
No, it's okay. All right, you're good? Roll call, please.
Vice President Payne.
Aye.
Director Tripp.
Aye.
Director Wilbur.
It's okay, move on.
Director Waldron.
Aye.
President Shannon.
Aye.
Aye.
We need a motion to approve resolution 202-26, approval of salaries for fiscal year 2027.
So moved.
Second. Discussion? Director Tripp?
Sorry, everybody. So I just was looking at the executive director and director positions in our administrative contracts and compensations procedure. That would be page 24 of the PDF that you gave to us. And I had a couple questions. Just sort of like when we were looking at what's an executive director versus a director position, and wondering about why there's an executive director of legal services and an executive director of building fund rather than those living at the director level. And then when we drop down a level to directors, I also wondered why we have a director of innovation, digital innovation services, and how that's different from a director of information technology, of which we have two. So I know that our community always is wondering about admin versus teaching, and so I just did want to ask about those admin positions. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm going to defer those to Mr. Swan.
It's kind of loud. Yeah, we currently don't have an executive director for legal services. We just have it listed here. That would be a position that requires a law degree. And so it would be if we didn't have outside counsel and we wanted to use inside counsel. But we didn't necessarily need a general counsel. So this is so a step below general counsel. And we've had this position in the past before we had general counsel. And so, so that's kind of why it's listed there. If you look at director for digital innovation, that is actually on the academic side of the house. So they support all our things related to the academic content that we use for digital. They're big in our AI implementation that we're working on now. The other two are on the technical side. And Zach might be able to speak to the difference between application and infrastructure. I can make it up, but I don't know that I can speak to it as well as he could.
Yeah, so both those directors are on the IT side, right? One is for application and data services, which is all our integrations. That's how everything from Workday to Schoology to everything that runs kind of in the background. And the infrastructure is what allows connectivity to the internet, wireless, a lot of the back-end technology that keeps everything together. So they are separate from the innovation side.
Any other discussion questions? Okay, roll call, please.
Vice President Payne.
Aye.
Director Tripp.
Aye.
Director Wilbur.
Aye.
Director Walter. Aye. President Shannon.
Aye. We need a motion to approve resolution 203-26, acceptance of the District Accountability Committee end of the year report.
So moved.
Second. Discussion, please. Roll call, please.
Vice President Payne.
Aye.
Director Tripp.
Aye.
Director Wilbur.
Aye.
Director Walter. Aye. President Shannon.
Aye. We need a motion to approve resolution 204-26, approval of kindergarten readiness resolution.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion, please. Director Tripp.
So I was looking at this, basically it's a request by Summit Charter for a waiver of our kindergarten seeking, they want to put their own kindergarten program in instead of using ours, is the way I understand it.
No, I'm sorry that might be confusing. So years ago, over a decade ago, the state legislature had a rule that went into place where all kindergarten students were to use an assessment called TS Gold, just to determine kindergarten readiness. 10 years ago, I went before the State Board of Education with our then attorney, Pat Richardson, and our director for curriculum and instruction, and we received a waiver from that because we already do so much assessing in kindergarten, including having a standards-based report card. And the state board approved our waiver. TCA followed right behind us and did the same thing. And then this is what Youth Summit wants to do. They do all of the assessments on top of they have their own on top of the ones that we require and that are required by the READ Act. At the time, that board 10 or so years ago felt it was overreach.
Okay, so that really they're just doing the same thing we do as well.
Correct.
Gotcha, gotcha. Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Vice President Payne,
Aye.
Director Tripp,
Hi.
Director Wilburn,
Aye.
Director Waldrop. Aye. President Shane.
Aye. We need a motion to approve resolution 205-26, approval of New Summit Charter Academy contract renewal for the 2026-2027 school year.
So moved.
Second. Discussion, please. Roll call, please.
Vice President Payne,
Aye.
Director Tripp,
Hi.
Director Wilburn,
Aye.
Director Waldrop. Aye. President Shane.
Aye. We need a motion to approve resolution 206-26, contract award for construction services for new PK through 8 school at Douglas Valley and appropriation for construction phase.
So moved.
Second. Discussion, please. Roll call, please.
Vice President Payne,
Aye.
Director Tripp,
Aye.
Director Wilburn,
Aye.
Director Waldrop. Aye. President Shane.
Aye. Mr. Belcher, how many people have signed up to speak during public comment section 2?
We have 5 commenters again.
The board president will recognize each speaker consistent with GP 4.4. Comments will be withheld if remarks or behavior becomes inappropriate. The board president may interrupt, warn, or terminate a speaker's statement that is unrelated to the business of school district, inappropriate for K through 12 students, or disruptive to an orderly, civil, and productive meeting. Thank you for cooperation.
Our first speaker is Holly Winder, followed by Graham Winder.
Good evening. My name is Holly Winder. I'm here as a mother to speak about how a place that promised a safe and supportive environment became for my son a place of fear, isolation, and repeated failures by the adults responsible for protecting him. We recently submitted 28 grievances documenting a pattern of misconduct, which were ultimately rejected by district legal counsel, including improperly using an ADA medical condition to shield a teacher from communicating with us. Something that district leadership later admitted should never have applied to essential job functions. In November of 2025, our son endured ongoing bullying at DCC Middle School for 2 straight weeks that went unchecked by school staff. The emotional toll became so severe that he ended up in the emergency room, unable to feel his face or hands and struggling to breathe. He was diagnosed with severe anxiety directly tied to the school environment. Although a no contact policy was later put in place, administration failed to enforce it. What made this even more troubling was that the student responsible for much of the bullying was the child of a staff member within the school. Instead of protecting my son, internal emails painted me as a threatening despite records showing I had not even communicated with that staff member that day and that our prior communications had always been respectful and professional. When we finally received the FERPA records, it was devastating to discover teachers twisting behaviors tied to my son's ADHD, treating his disabilities as character flaws despite knowing his IEP history and describing him as playing a game or not liking rules instead of recognizing a child clearly struggling and in need of support. Even more alarming, when his private information was exposed to another student, the district focused on disciplining the student who told the truth rather than addressing the privacy breach itself. Administration repeatedly minimized all of it, but for my son, it marked the beginning of a deep psychological decline. He lost his trust in teachers, his sense of safety, and his joy for school. And as the second semester began,
Thank you. Your time is up.
Our next speaker is Graham Winder, followed by Christy Davis.
Start by saying thank you for allowing me to speak here this evening. My name is Graham Winder. I grew up here in the city. I am an educator. I design K-12 music software. But tonight I come to you as a father, and I'm witnessing my son I'm witnessing his world falling apart right now. During the second semester, our son was sexually assaulted, not once, but twice, by two different students. And one had a documented history of specifically targeting him. These assaults are currently under Title IX and criminal investigations. After the first assault, the promised supportive measures failed, and ongoing harassment was allowed to continue. The result of this pattern of failure not just reflected in his failing grades or his refusal to return to school, a building he now views as a place of trauma. It's reflected in him. He began to experience physical manifestations of the trauma that started 3 days after the first assault and is ongoing today. His psychological security began to collapse almost immediately, and just 2 weeks ago, he was clinically diagnosed with PTSD. He's 14. This system didn't just fail to educate him, it failed to keep him home. When my wife and I were ultimately rejected from speaking to this board months ago, after climbing through 5 frustrating levels of KER protocol, we were trying to show you that the process is broken. A healthy district culture must begin with leadership, and I believe there is strong leadership here. But it must also be carried through every level of the administration, because when these links are weak, children are the ones who break, and tragically, our son is broken.
Our next speaker is Christy Davis, followed by Renee Phobes.
Good evening. My name is Christy Davis, and I am the chapter chair of Moms for Liberty in El Paso County. And I am concluding the Winders family's notice. What the Winders have shared tonight is not misunderstanding or a series of isolated events. It is a documented pattern of failures, ignored warnings, and systemic indifference towards a child who needed protection. On May 12th, District Legal Counsel formally refused to recognize the 28 grievances that support everything you have heard tonight. By closing those doors, the district effectively communicated that these concerns did not warrant a meaningful search for the truth. Truth and student safety must matter more than protecting reputations or preserving institutional self-interest. When staff members contribute to eroding a student's sense of safety, the district's mission statement loses its meaning. And when a child's ability to access an education is compromised because the environment has become physically and emotionally unsafe, this board has a responsibility to act. We urge each member of this board to personally review the 28 grievance packet provided to you. Do not rely solely on summaries or legal conclusions. Read the details, examine where the breakdowns occurred, review the internal communications, and determine for yourselves where the system failed. Because the district's internal process has failed this family, these grievances are now being escalated to the U.S. Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights and the Colorado Department of Education. Their story is now part of public record. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Renee Phobes, followed by Veronica Baker. Renee, are you in the room? Our next speaker is Veronica Baker. This is our final speaker for the night.
Good evening. My name is Veronica Baker, and I'm a parent of 3 students in District 20. And I want to begin tonight by talking about something good. Recently, I attended an IEP meeting for my son, and it was one of the best meetings we've had. Teachers, speech pathologists, the case manager, and the mental health counselor all came together to celebrate the progress he has made this year. They shared thoughtful insight into his growth and meaningful ideas about how to continue helping him achieve even more. And those moments matter. They deserve to be celebrated. And I can honestly say the same about the team supporting my other 2 students in D20 schools. We have wonderful teachers and staff in this district. But that is exactly why I am concerned. The stability and support that great teachers and staff need in order to succeed suddenly feels uncertain. When the community sees 2 short notice executive sessions scheduled between graduation ceremonies at a location and time that make public observation difficult, it creates unease. Even the limited amount of transparency the public is legally entitled to suddenly feels out of reach. And when this happens at the end of the school year, a time when families and staff are already emotionally and physically stretched, it creates anxiety for parents, teachers, staff, and the broader community. We are often told that government moves slowly, that important decisions require careful thought, deliberation, and balance. But what many of us have witnessed this week has not felt thoughtful or measured. It has felt hurried, suspicious, and chaotic. During recent campaigns, promises were made about transparency and communication with the public, yet the public has not been invited to understand the board's concerns or reasoning. So I want to leave you with this question. What are we gaining when so much is done in private? And what are we risking when public trust?
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Dr. Susan Field, do you have any clarifications or next steps? I do not. Thank you. Board of Education, do you have any clarifications or next steps? Was our business this evening focused on activities that promote and honor our mission statement, our belief statements, and our global end statement, and that remind us that all students will have knowledge, skills, and character necessary for a successful transition to the next level, and upon graduation will be fully prepared for success? Did the board hear information tonight that would require the review or revision of a policy? Did the board hear information tonight that would require a new policy? Did the board hear information tonight that the board would like to include on future agenda? Director Tripp.
I mean, just circling back to that, it's 1.2 monitoring.
Okay, very good. Mr. Isley, you have that. 78 people are watching the live stream right now. I move that the Board of Education proceed into executive session pursuant to CRS 246402 4B and F for legal advice regarding the superintendent conduct and advice regarding superintendent contract and employment. While in executive session, the board will not adopt any proposed policy, resolution, or regulation, or take any formal action. Lastly, the Colorado Open Meetings Law does not require the board to make record of the executive session in which the attorney is present and providing legal advice. CRS 24-6-4022 D.5 Roman numeral 2B.
Second in the microphone.
Roll call, please.
Vice President Payne.
Aye.
Director Tripp.
Aye.
Director Wilburn.
Aye.
Director Waldrop. Aye. President Shannon.
Aye. The executive session will be held in superintendent office, and invited this executive session are myself, President Shandy, Vice President Payne, Director Tripp, Director Wilburn, and Director Waldrop. Also invited are Superintendent Ginger Haber and Mr. Raymond Deedy. We will take a short break to reconvene in superintendent office for the executive session.
That please. Okay. Okay. So I figured. Oh. Okay. Yeah. You have to keep that. No, I have to keep that going. I got to record the vote. Just recorded the vote.
Just kind of make sure we were.
No, we're out.
Compromising.
No, we're dead.
Okay.
Record the vote. I'm getting a ruling from him that we can stop the stream once the vote. He doesn't know. Okay. My thing is, sorry, because they have to come back and vote. My apologies. I think they're coming back afterwards. Let me check. I think they're coming back. Is that what they're doing? I have to look at the agenda. I have to look at the agenda because if they come back and vote afterwards, then we're like, we have to we have to record that vote by law. As soon as I'm saying, yeah. Meetings, let me go check. 'Cause I asked Brad about that. I said, you know, technically, we don't have to keep streaming after it's over, but we have to do the vote. That would require
I'll get him.
course. And I don't want to get us in, especially with this type of thing. The and speak the session. Yeah, see, they're coming back. That's why I have to keep running. They are muted. But I have to keep this running.
Hold on for a second.
So.
I spent like all week out to his face too. And he's like, I'm Eddie.
Yeah.
If it,
I'm gonna, no, make sure it's still,
What do you need me to do?
well, there's no way we can check it.
I mean, I can go back on the
I'm unmuted.
I'm here.
Good, we got him. Okay.
Do I have a proposed motion for resolution 207-26?
I move pursuant to paragraph 9.3 of the superintendent's contract. Superintendent Ginger Haber is hereby served with the notice of discharge for good and just cause due to recent charges of insubordination, compromising the district's attorney-client privileges by the unauthorized invitation despite express instructions to the contrary to an undisclosed attendance of a person of interest in a special board meeting on May 7th, 2026, and including prior performance deficiencies and resistance to corrective measures. This notice shall also serve as a notice of the superintendent's Haber's right to a hearing before the board. The hearing date will be scheduled for a mutually satisfactory date.
Discussion, please.
Superintendent Ginger Haber has been placed on administrative leave with benefits pursuant to the upcoming hearing regarding termination.
Second. Discussion, please. Roll call, please.
Vice President Payne,
Aye.
Director Tripp,
Aye.
Director Walburn,
Aye.
Director Waldrop. Aye. President Shandy.
Aye. This meeting is adjourned.